All right. A little bit of a surprise. A little bit of a surprise tournament. Not quite planned all that much. There, basically, as we ended the stream with watching the DME versus Pro show match, I got a message saying that there's, you know, these TM guys, another group of pretty sweaty individuals, who basically were running their own in-house tournament, where they're basically just doing like a 2v2 tournament on kind of silly maps. And well, not quite silly, big, a lot of them are very big maps. And you know, now we're here. Now we're here watching as these guys are gonna do some probably silly things. And if it turns into hour-long Aphis time, I'll be very disappointed in every single player here. I'm gonna assume it won't. But here, can I actually show? So we have the actual challenge here, right? Like, you know, there's some funny little players in here. It's just a little small 2v2 tournament. There's 6 rounds? That's crazy. 6 rounds. I'm assuming. Okay, hold on. Look, we're gonna figure this out together. Best of one, each team bans one map, and the team with the higher sum of OS rolls between the 2 remaining maps. Okay, so the maps we have are Glitters Extended, DSD, Special Reef, and Prismatic Anomaly are our 4 maps. Oh my god, 6 matches per team, 12 total. Okay, so this is actually, I would say this might be quick, and then I just realized the people I'm looking at. Where's this 1v1 tournament? Yeah, for some reason, I don't actually know why, Barcast didn't coordinate the BPL to get streamed, and it was just not planned to get streamed at all, for some reason. So everybody's just kind of doing their own thing. Nobody's streaming BPL for whatever reason. So we're here now. We're here now, X Factor. Wait, I need to actually double check while I'm thinking of this. Is fast toilet, of course. But it's like a little 2v2 tournament. Okay, so that is going. Look, it might be this could be fun. Like the silly maps team coordinate to have you. Somehow, actually they did. It is kind of funny that Barcast only coordinated the main event of BPL for like streaming, but then these guys were like, "Hey, you want to do this little in-house tournament?" It's like, "Yeah, that sounds cool. Should be fun to watch." And now here we are once again. I am like, with the players that are in this lobby, I'm deeply afraid we're gonna see some like slow shit, like like a mess in BPL. Dude, as long as it's not like the last qualifiers, okay? The last qualifiers, that like one group that had a person from like different quadrant of the Earth, and it's like everybody at the most insane different time zones. That one was brutal. That one was brutal. Trying to get a West Coast US guy and a Russian to actually coordinate games that they can play against each other when they're on the wrong side of the planet from each other is kind of insane. Kind of insane. Well, looks like we're going. I don't know. Special Reef 2v2 is kind of a mess. Close Eternal. That's what I mean, Voter. I kind of agree. It is a little weird, but they actually convinced, like, I told them message Sash, we do it on main, and it's like, I guess the pro DME thing kind of opened the door, you know what I mean? Like the pro DME like show match kind of opened the door a little bit, although I'm assuming they do plan on opening that up. And they asked Sash, and Sash was like, yeah, sure, why not? Not Sash, Shadow. They asked Shadow. I can't fucking talk. This is crazy. I can't talk. Everybody, it kind of is. It is kind of like everybody's showing how good their clans are. Which, you know, I don't know. We could get a little clan league going, maybe. A little clan league going. Get some TM guys to show up. Wait, this could be so brutal. This could be so brutal. Gisato 8D on special. God. I mean, Teriyaki and Greco are also like macro players themselves, I suppose we'll say. It could be fun. It could be fun. I am. Look, I saw a free for all last night. Meow, you were there. I saw a free for all. That was with some of these players. This I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid. I won't lie. That was cinematic. I mean, honestly, that was the only time I've ever seen nukes actually pick up a behemoth and throw it. That's the only time I've ever seen that happen. I didn't even know that was possible, but apparently you launched the behemoth last night, which was crazy. Now we get to watch this. Wait, they're complaining about Special Reef? Chisato knows, man. He knows. Nah. Chisato knows. My God, Kuchi, you're here for some TM action on an enormous map. It is so strange that this is what's on main and not BPL. I don't know, like BPL is just not gonna cast. That is so weird. Not gonna lie, but here we are. I don't even know who I would like favor in this. Both teams here are really good. Like they're both. I mean, kind of the same thing in the other. Like there's two matches going at the same time at the moment. There's this one. And then there's the Auto Slick versus Bodhi and Zhao, which, you know, Slick being the only DME guy here. On the Copium again? How's the Copium? This could be good. This could be. Like, Shisato's been playing a lot of FAF recently, or Yanami, as, you know, he's kind of known at the moment. He's been playing a lot of FAF. There's a good chance he's rusty. 8D, you know, he's a chill gamer, inspiration to old gamers everywhere. I think I've heard. And you know, Greco and Teriyaki, generally pretty consistent. You know, good players. Core vehicles. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing, Teriyaki? Is he just? Oh my God, they're actually slider gaming too. Look at these tryhards. Oh my God. It's just such a Chisato currently looking like he's battering for 8D. The more FAF you play, the better you play bar. Honestly, could be possible. All these FAF nerds, they show up, they start playing bar, and look what they become. It's possible. I don't know. And he calls you Dented Zari. Okay. That is very funny. That is actually very funny. Alright, so 8D opening arm bot. I'm surprised you'd open bot. Okay, so we do have a double lab here. Chisato going core vehicle, 8D arm bots, Greco core vehicle. Teriyaki is just full battery gaming. Look, Meow. He said, I'm sure 8D called you a dented Zar user with love. Okay, it was a respectful dented Zar user, I'm assuming. We're just going mass res bot, eating the crystals. Chisato opening cons and rovers, or sorry, rascals. All right, should know what this is. Oh my God, X Factor. This might look somewhat familiar, although, you know, is this even good in a co-op build? I don't know. You know what? He's gone to so much metal. Isn't the X Factor like walk supposed to be like you do it when you run out of metal? He's not running out of metal because of the slider, right? Like, nice, good map for 2v2. I agree. This one and what is it? Extended Glitters are one of the other maps in the pool. Because it's Special Reef, Extended Glitters, DSD, and Prismatic Anomaly. Will they co-op? Well, they're slidering, so I mean they're technically co-oping. Well, it is going to take a moment for these rascals to get across the map from both players. Have they disabled co-op? Look. The slider gaming is definitely fully in effect. Both teams. I mean, Teriyaki is actually full battery gaming. Like 8D Chisato opting for 2 labs, whereas Teriyaki Greco opting for only 1. Which they are actually. You can kind of tell they're struggling to spend their metal at the moment. You know, Greco's doesn't quite have the E he needs to scale BP as quickly as he needs. Love the big map. It is kind of fun because this is unlike a normal like game mode. This is like a real. Not only is this like a normal test of your gameplay skill, but also it is it's a good test of your macro skills because this is If you've played only 8v8, you've played like 1v1s and smaller maps, like this is very different. Like you have a lot more metal to play with. You need to scale BP and energy way more aggressively. It's interesting. Well, the Rascal Wars are kind of going the way of Teriyaki and Greco at the moment, as they're being a little more. They've actually just made way more. Well, I kind of agree that the one lab on a map this big, when you have this amount of metal, it's going to be hard to spend your metal. And we can kind of see that, you know, 8D and Chisato both fully out of metal, whereas Teriyaki's banking quite a big bank at the moment. They're banking quite a bit. You know, Chisato has got a decent amount. He's got a little bit of BP. He's calm expanding. 8D also the same. And they do have a lot of, like, they're expanding quite quickly. Okay, so Teriyaki's dropping a lab now. I think this is definitely necessary, just to spend their metal. Well, they're defending well. They're not really losing anything as of yet. Actually looking like maybe, yeah, Teriyaki gets a Rascal in the back line. That could start killing some mexes. Oh my god, Prof's raiding. He's raiding the in-house tournament. Look at this. Look what's happening. You get to come watch a 2v2 on one of the biggest maps in the game. Actually, I don't even know if it's that big. It feels really big. It might not. Actually, I don't even think this. I think this is like this is like flat size. This might actually not even be that big. Rascal's starting to kill some mexes in the back line. We got, you know, Chisato bringing some incisors out, but 2 mexes have already gone down. Metal income wise, you know, 8D Chisato a little ahead there in terms of their current income. Metal produced, Greco and Teriyaki are actually ahead. It feels really big. It is quite big. It is quite big. Now Chisato opting for exploiters along his northern Mex expansion. Teriyaki scaled BP quite quickly. I'm assuming we're gonna be making, we're gonna make a lot of cons, start taking more mexes. Now Greco's dumping all of his metal, excess metal into solars at the moment. Yeah, this is kind of... Yeah, 8D Chisato are actually expanding way quicker at the moment. And this metal produced lead that Greco and Teriyaki have is probably going to go... It's going to flip-flop, I think, in a moment. In fact, it kind of already has. Greco's getting a bit of a catch-out here with the pawns. I would not be surprised if we see like this number of incisors with basically naked mexes could do absolutely obscene damage if Greco goes. It's a bit of a tick fight happening in the north. Funny, I mean pawns are pretty good, I hear. Even into incisors, if they can take a advantage fight, they can fight this pretty easily despite being, you know, a much cheaper unit. Yeah, AT has a lot of open mexes. With how many incisors are here, like this pawn fight is actually quite bad. He does not have what he needs here to fight this. He's catching a few of the back incisors, but like some real damage could happen here. See, this is kind of the hard thing of fighting on a map like this. Is it's kind of like 1v1, very similar, but it's also so much bigger, so much higher macro that it's almost a little bit harder than a normal 1v1. I don't know. And at 2v2 you get into it, even then it's a strange way. Oh, the idle here. I think AT might be able to defend this, especially if he starts microing when the incisors are idle. The incisors are getting caught. I don't know if we're gonna see very much damage at all. Yeah, as well, I'm telling you, this map 1v1 is actually kind of silly and fun. All right, it's silly and fun, and every now and again. Oh, good incisor run by in the middle by Greco. This one is undefended. They're overflowing. 8D, yeah, actually, that's a good point. 8D and Chisato, well, have they're expanding faster and they're produce more metal. They are not spending that metal at all. They're both banking the metal. I guess Greco and Teriyaki both going a tank build, or like two tier 1 tank labs. They can actually like dump their metal a little quicker. Even then, they're starting to overflow. Yeah, I started this saying all 4 of these players are pretty strong macro players, but yeah, this is ugly. That is ugly. Holy! Somebody send this to Chisato after. Somebody send it to Chisato. That's crazy. Never mind. I take oof. I mean, the exploiters are gonna like make it a little more annoying to raid here, but yeah, AT's again. The bot lab is just struggling to dump its metal. Like he doesn't quite. They like Chisada actually has a decent amount. They have good energy. They're just not spending their metal. And the blitzes are killing more mexes. It looking like the cons are going to get caught here as well, which is going to slow down Chisada's expansion, which again, at this point, does that matter if they're not? They're starting to spend now, actually. They are starting to spend. The blitzes are going to kill even more mexes, and looks like they're going to idle in front of the exploiter and get caught. But they did get some good damage. 8D with the... that is a big turnaround. Ooh, okay. So while this has happened, Greco has swapped air and is going... He's made a decent amount of bombers that are already going across the map. And oh, what do you bomb here? I mean, getting the energy is really important, I guess, right? With this amount of mexes, oh my god. AT mid-tier 2 transition does not actually have the energy to not only make the lab... I feel like bombing the lab is... I mean, I guess it's fine, but like ideally you kill their energy here. If you kill their energy, they can't spend their metal. Wait, they went 2 tier 2 labs at once? They don't have the energy for this at all. Oh my god. Did I jinx them by saying these are like crazy macro players? I feel like I jinxed them. I mean, the AGO is going up, but until that's up, both 8D and Chisato are going to be hard e-stalling. Well, the bombers could go around and start killing a lot of mexes. If we start looking, you know, Greco making sure to dump all of their metal into these basic solars. Like, they're a much healthier E-economy, although I would assume a lot of this is being accessed. Actually, no, not, I mean, yes, but also not, as, like, Chisato and AD are about the same. So Teriyaki has a tier 2 lab up. And I'm going to assume, I'm not blind, unless I'm blind, I don't actually see a tier 2 con. It looks like we're going full into units right at the start. Well, the AG is up for Chisato, the BP is starting to get scaled, so he should metal dump both AD and his own metal pretty quickly. Oh man. Pretty large army heading towards AD's forward lab position. And frankly, not a whole lot of units from AD. I mean, his commander is here. Oh boy. It is kind of accepting it, but at the same time, I think it's better than the overflowing that AT and Chisato were doing. Like, that feels way worse. There's so many incisors here. AT degunning his own lab just to kill the incisors. Usually you do not see incisors killing commanders, but he just doesn't have there's just so many. AT's position is wide open now. And there's a pretty large Jaguar army in front of Chisato, although he does, you know, he has his own tier 2 lab. He's making a fusion to dump his metal. AT has his own tier 2 as well, but while Chisato's not sharing a lot of his energy, or well, he's spending a lot of his energy, I guess I should say. 8D does not have the energy to do almost anything with this lab. Yeah, Prof's kind of right. Like you can reclaim these and dump it into like better things, right? Like it's still like it's fancy metal storage. I feel like ideally, you know, the wind, it's a 515 wind map. This is still a pretty good wind map. But wind is pretty good in 515. The Jags are really going to start cleaning up a lot of these expansions. Although, funny enough, the exploiters are, you know, mildly annoying for the Jags. You know, the combo of the salamanders and the shurikens. I mean, although that's not really that many shuris, will eventually clean this up. Pretty big push happening on the east. I'm going to assume Chisato cleans that up. lot of incisors still. It looks like I didn't even. I would have assumed Greco would be swapping, but he's actually just still on incisors. Funny enough, those Jags are actually still going. I kind of assumed those would be cleaned up when I looked away, and I'm looking at the minimap, and they are still going. Oh, actually spotting. They spot Chisato's commander, and they know this is, you know, Chisato AT's last commander on the team. Nearly 2,000 metal and reclaim here. These incisors are actually cutting down on a lot of AT and Chisato's expansions. They're running out of mexes, although they are getting tier 2 mexes up a bit quicker looking at the minimap. I'd actually say quite a bit quicker. Chisato working on his second fusion. Actually, he's going for, oh my god, okay, this man's going hard on the energy income, which, I mean, you know, you're gonna need it. Oh, awkward. The Shuri's unfortunately not microing onto those Jags. More incisors in the back. Like, AT's losing his whole base. There's just so many incisors. He just can't make the units to fight this. And I mean, losing the wins at this point really suck, but at the same time, Chisato does have 3. He's about to have 3 fusions. Like, he's he's sharing his energy. It is what it is. But this is definitely not what you want to be seeing. You don't want to be losing all of these mexes. Is there an agenda? Who's playing who today? There is. There's a challenge page, which I will, after the game, I'll bring it up again. We can see who's playing who. See there's 4 teams of 2 players. It's a little in-house for fun tournament. Well, Chisato and AT have burned through their metal bank. They have 3 fusions. So they have a healthier E economy, but so much less of the map. Is that why there's no delay? That is why there's no delay, yeah. I asked them, and they said they didn't want a delay, and it's like, okay. Or they didn't care, and it's like, no, I'm not going to force a delay on them. Nope. Well, okay. More tier 2, a lot more tier 2 mexes on the side of Chisato and AT, although Greco and, well, I don't even know if I'd say a lot more, actually. They're starting to catch up, if not already be ahead. If you look at metal income, I would say they actually are ahead, although how much of that is the dead tier 1 mexes? Look how much of the map is just gone. This is only TM tourney? Technically, but also somehow Slick snuck in as a DME member, like, technically. So Slick's taking over for Sash in On Auto's team. There's a DME member snuck in. Oh, we got the Shuris are gonna EMP all of these LLTs. Although being a little awkward with the micro. I mean, he might be able to snipe Teriyaki here. Although Tiger Salamander is a little dicey for sniping commanders. I mean, no vision on Teriyaki is gonna make killing this commander here very difficult. Although Teriyaki does it to be a little careful, he should be able to get out of that. Or another AGO going up, although this one very likely will get denied by these salamanders. Oh, AT's really, looking at the minimap, AT is really resurging towards the south. This time we got Jags and Bulls, and no amount of incisors are going to be able to stop this. Now, a lot of damage was done to AT and Chisato at the cost of them making maybe a healthier economy, as they are about 10,000 metal up, not quite 10,000 metal up. You want to see Jag versus Sala? Well, here we go. Prof for you. We will see Jag versus Sala, which I would assume goes heavily in the favor of the Jags if they just stay at range, but you know what? We'll have to see. I mean, Chisato is overwhelming with the Salamanders and Tigers here. There's so many. Wait, this AGO is going to finish at the worst possible time. Like, you actually don't even want this to finish. Yeah. Oh my god. Maybe the most unfortunate AGO finish timing I think I have seen in a long time. Killed almost all of Teriyaki's army and his cons. Well, killing very little of Chisato's, I would actually say. Very unfortunate timing on that. We have one bull left here to defend all of this, whereas there's more tigers coming from that side. There's tigers and salamanders coming from the north. Very unfortunate on that AGO explosion. A lot of fighters moving forward, although I think maybe just to cover it, and a lot of Shuris being created as well. You know, Teriyaki's lab is a little in danger here. The forward tier 2 lab, although I guess with good D-guns, barely survives. So okay, just barely gets killed there. Actually, almost survived. Oh, Chisato, massive air advantage actually, just kills almost all of Greco's fighters. There's a few left, but a few salamanders in the back line gonna start killing tier 2 mexes. Although maybe we'll just all die to that LT actually. It depends on what the salamanders auto target. Oh nope, they actually target the LT. So bit of a tiger versus bull fight happening on the east between AD and Greco. Well, it's a little more even now. A little bit of return damage done by AD and Chisato to offset exactly how much they've lost, and they've re-expanded quite far. I think I see an Aphis on the minimap even going down from the King of Aphis himself, which does kind of lead to me to fear we're going to see a very long game. Although they're being aggressive. They are being quite aggressive. We have, you know, tigers hitting almost everywhere. A little more fusion spam happening for both Greco and Teriyaki. Quite a lot of bulls here, actually. Like, the tigers, you know, a little more maneuverable, can maybe go around the bulls, but fighting into them is going to be kind of awkward. Oh, the flak trucks here are going to start slaughtering Chisato's fighters if he sticks around. And the Tigers actually letting the Bulls get in range, although I'm going to lose a few of them. And this is all right on Teriyaki's front door. All of this is resable. The Grunts coming through, going to start cleaning up some of these extra mechs. Teriyaki actually not really spending his metal at all at the moment. We're predicting Jug spam, mass nukes, dragons. It's possible. AT did revive his commander and is being a little sneaky, although he is e-stalling right now. This is kind of dangerous. He can't move at all to chase these tigers, and these will be able to drive around killing all these mexes. Well, the Grunt Flood is hitting Teriyaki's front door. And frankly, there's not a whole lot here to stop it. Chisato is opting to back. Oh no, he's committing. He started backing up for a second, but he's actually committing to this. Seeing there's a bit of an opening, he's gonna get some units in, but I think that was kind of a massive feed. He just gave how much metal on the ground? About holy, about 10,000 metal on the ground right there in tigers and bulls. Kind of an unfortunate fight angle into that. A lot of tigers from Greco going towards AD. And there's not that many units. There's a few bulls in front of it. Depending on where Greco goes or if he idles here, there's actually, frankly, not that much to stop this. I mean, you know, obviously Chisato's level of economy, making Shuris is probably laughably easy, and dealing with tigers like with Shuris, when you can make 1,000 of them, also probably laughably easy. Although he is kind of committing. We have one single Shuri trying to stop the flood of tigers as best as it can. Not quite. Here they come. Yeah, I think with the Shuri swarm plus bulls here, we should be able to shut this down before any real damage is done. Oh, it's a little dicey, but yeah, just barely. With the air dominance, they will shut down that entire tiger push. Oh, the Resbone's finally coming out for Teriyaki. He's going to start, I'm assuming, resing this pretty large field of tigers and bulls in front of him. Oh, a lot of banishers coming out for Chisato, actually. How many? We're up to 7 banishers. What was our queue? We're making 1 banisher, 3 tigers on repeat. We have another lab making 1 banisher, 3 tigers on repeat. A little bit more of a proxy lab as well, right on Greco's front door. And once the banishers actually start coming out, that's when these big bull balls really start being not great. Like, the banishers can start chipping away at them. There's not really a lot the Bulls can do. Yeah, if we look at the economies, it is looking like Greco is kind of the more scaling. Oh my, we're committing all of our air. Like Greco is scaling, although I don't see an Aphis on the minimap, so it looks like he's more fusion scaling. Whereas Chisato did set up, well, that. He set up that. That's all I could say. Greco kind of getting air dominance here. He's going to kill all of Chisato's fighters, although there isn't really anything behind it. There are so many bulls and tigers here. Do you just keep going here? I mean, yeah, there's Banishers tickling him, but it's really not that many yet. Like, the Banisher numbers are not that big. The Zars, as well, with the Banishers, will actually do insane damage to these clumped up bulls. Insane damage. But there's still so much meat here. There's so much. If you res behind this, oh, I don't know. This is the Tsar plus Banisher actually is a strong combo into this. But there's so much. A lot of these bulls are dying, but so are a lot of the Banishers and Tsars. I think Chisato's going to lose his forward lab position. But the reinforcements from his second lab. Oh, at the same time, Teriyaki's losing his forward position a little bit. And I think we just heard 8D just died to that Tiger push as well. Well, the Bulls cleaned this up, but they did leave a lot on the ground, and Chisato is already reclaiming it. And the reinforcing Banishers, like, there's not enough Bulls to deal with that. Oh no, the Tigers on Teriyaki's fusions. Greco's not paying attention with the Shuris. This would be actually so brutal if these fusions started chaining. Oh man. That was a little close. We have a huge Tiger push happening at the front door of 8D's lab. And frankly, once again, still not a lot to stop this, although, you know, the idol, because Greco's kind of panicking about what was almost losing a lot of fusions to a bunch of Tigers. And really all this is still very, very shuriable or dealt with by air, and the Wasps are coming. Large Banisher ball from Chisato on the front door of Teriyaki's base, although he's a rattle, which, can inconvenience these Banishers. But the Shuris will easily clean this up, although they've decided, you know what? Not my problem. Not my problem. We have other things, other places to be, other Tigers to shur, and we're just gonna drive past. Not a big deal. All the Tigers now getting shuried, gonna get cleaned up once again, right as they see the 8D's lab. Now Greco has been expanding his. Oh, we're going. Oh my God, this is excessive. Now Greco's also been Aphis farming, turns out. I didn't see that from the minimap. I would say they are like solidly behind in that, but depending on how this goes, I mean this might decide the game. This actually, I think, decides the game. If this fails, Greco and Teriyaki are so far behind, and like this Banisher ball is going to be very annoying for them to deal with unless Greco can start making some starlights. Some of these fusions died, apparently. Well, they were getting shuried, some of them died. I don't even know how that happened. Like, Chisato has so much ground AA and tier 2 fighters as well. I don't see this succeeding. The tier 2 fighters into tier 1 bombers will just kill it so quickly. Even though there was like 100 tier 1 bombers, they're just going to get instantly cleaned up. Oh, man. And now, really, there's just not a lot to stop this. I think this is solidly gone out of Greco and Teriyaki's hands. They have full metal bars. No way to spend any of their economy. The tier 1 bombers, all these solars are still here. I mean, not that they can reclaim them. They're full metal. Like, what are they gonna? We're gonna reclaim our solars? Oh, the Chisato is gonna get a full air scout, and Greco and Teriyaki decide to call it. Which, honestly, it was looking not bad for them at all. It just kind of just went out of their hands. Like early on, I feel like they were actually doing quite well. Like 8D was getting deleted by the mass incisor from Greco, but the Brazilian menace again, too strong. He's just too good. Mass Aphis in the back. So I believe it's best of one, if I remember right. Let me bring up the challenge again. So somebody asked who's playing who. This is the brackets, but these are the actual teams. We have casual newbies with Sash and Otto. We have D's, which will not be reading the whole name. You're welcome for that. With Chisato and 8D. High Floss, I'm assuming, which is Greco and Teriyaki, and then Bebop Numbers, which is Zao and Spody. Or Spoder Friend, I guess. It does feel weird calling him Spody, but here we are. So as far as I'm aware, these are best of ones, right? So as far as I'm aware, we got casual newbies. Apparently beat, oh my god, Otto Slick, too good, defeating Spody and Zao in, I didn't even see what map it was, but D's did defeat High Flow, so we're going to see casual newbie. Oh, this one is going to be funny. I want to see that. That's going to be a funny game. You're at APM installed on a normal lane? No. That's what I mean. This is actually hard. Like it is a totally different skill playing on these very large, like obscene macro maps where you have a disgusting amount of mexes and you need to like scale your economy with it. Like it's actually quite difficult, especially when you're an 8v8 brain. It's kind of difficult. Is helpless in German? I had no idea, actually. I actually had no idea. Helpless in German, huh? I kind of figured it was German because they're both German players. I kind of figured. Yeah, I'm assuming. So it's looking at it. It should be the Chisato 8D team versus the Zao and Spody. No, versus the Otto and Slick team, right? Yeah, Otto and Slick versus Chisato 8D. Play metal maps for fun. Look, metal maps. A lot of people play 8v8s. All right, it is a different skill. It is a very different skill set playing these bigger macro maps than an 8v8 lane. Very different. Now they're arguing about the rules and stuff. Literally, of course, nice, very casual 2v2 tournament. Very casual. So now they're going to figure out I believe they both ban a map and then they roll for what the last map is, I think. Yeah. I'm not losing my mind. Is there money on the line? No, I believe this is a for fun in-house tournament. I believe just a for fun in-house 2v2 tournament. Is there at least a pizza? Well, I mean, I might go buy a pizza after this. That sounds nice. Thanks to the small teams lobby. Yeah, you'll notice you can really tell the people that are used to this level of economy. You can tell. That being said, we will shame Chisato for his team overflowing about 3k metal at the start. All right, him and 8D, we will shame them collectively. Because I'm in spec and I don't have to worry about macroing, so that's why I'm allowed to do that. It's the spec powers. Glitters 1, 2 DSD, 1 and 2. They got 1. It's glitters, extended glitters. Let's go. This is a mess. This is a mess. Holy. Extended glitters. Oh my god. I haven't seen this map yet. I know it was played in the 50k event, but I didn't get to see it a single time. This is disgusting. This is actually disgusting. Look, both these teams have warmed up. They've warmed up now, all right? This is a very similar macro to Special Reef of like, you really need to aggressively expand energy and BP. When it's a 2v2 like this, you need to insanely aggressively expand it. And we did see, Chisato 8D, they did seem to struggle a little bit early on with the energy and spending their metal, so plenty of space for Aphis. That is true. Plenty of space. I'll have to see if they go. They're a little better with their macro, their early macro, I guess we'll say, as they did hard boom beyond that point. Why? Look, two of the maps that they picked for this tournament are big. There's Special Reef. We have Extended Glitters. The other two maps are DSD and Prismatic Anomaly, and it is kind of funny that we have not seen the small maps a single time. It's kind of funny. I don't even know who I would say favors like the smaller maps, because all of these players are really good. All of these players are quite. Look. I will say it's a bit of a meme playing on these maps, but I will keep saying it is difficult. It is actually difficult to macro a map like this. Map that loops around, is that not just a donut map? Oh my god, both mountain spawns. Interesting. Is there still... Oh, there is a geo here too. Okay. Okay, I see. This map is so big. Oh my god. This is so big. Wait, okay. Actually, dimensions-wise, how big is this? To compare 30 by 20. Special Reef is 20 by 24. Oh my god. It's difficult. I mean, in theory, it's not difficult, but it is like, if you've only played 8v8 or like, again, like the smaller 1v1 maps, it's difficult. It is actually hard. Like it is actually hard. It's a very different skill set that you just kind of don't learn in an 8v8 lane. You're just much poorer, and again, I'm not even saying 8v8 because every other mode is like this. You don't really get this level of metal. Yeah, it is kind of like metal map gameplay, of you just have insane economy. Where 8D's going, looking like a tank lab this time. Probably gonna be. Although we just swapped it. I'm really curious the lab choices here. There's not really the energy reclaim that we saw on Special Reef. Like there is like metal reclaim, like normal glitters. Yeah, but the two okay, so never mind. AT's like, you know what? Never mind. I don't want a lab. He's decided Chisato. They're one labbing. Okay, Auto with the arm tank lab. Whereas Slick is just playing a little bit more battery, making Solar's scaling energy, so Chisato so Auto can rush BP. Now Rover's coming out. IT is dropping the second lab. I kind of do agree the two lab open on a map this size does feel so much smoother. Like, there's so much metal to spend. There's so much to expand to. It feels smoother. I'm going to assume we're going to see another lab from Slick. 150 BP. I mean, that is true. Like, this is on the patch, right? So labs are a little better. They're a little cheaper. A little bit more BP, so it's a little easier to spend your metal. But that being said, this is a big map. There's a lot of mexes. There's a lot of metal to spend. Man, Auto already has a rover on AT and Chisato's side of the map, and AT and Chisato are just now getting a unit out. Oh, Auto is slightly APM stalled. Unfortunately, going to lose that rover before getting any damage. No, we have no damage done yet. Auto is expanding multiple directions. Well, Slick is just commander expanding and cutting off the choke points. Oh, might lose a rover here, or a mech here, but no, gonna get shoot away. Yeah, does not look like Slick's gonna get any damage done with his rover, although it will hold up Chisato's Rascals on their side of the map at least. The map's choice. Look, there are two maps in the pool, Prof. There are two small maps in the pool. And they have somehow not been played a single time, which is funny, but also kind of expected. Otto's gonna catch the one of the rascals from Chisato. It looks like a 1-mex has gone down. 8D doing some damage here. Yeah, not a lot of BP getting scaled at this point. Some mexes are going down. Pretty aggressive expansion from 8D and Chisato. Although, even then, they're a little bit behind the commander expand of Slick. Oh, Slick gonna catch a... He's gonna kill a mex. Although, you know, again... Oh, might get another one, actually. Oh, the turret didn't turn quick enough! Oh my god. That's unfortunate. Did not get it a second mex. Now, Otto and Slick are actually getting real damage done with these rovers. His mexes are actually dying. Oh. Mexes are being killed. AT's mexes are turning off. He's actually hard e-stalling. You know, once again, the wind can go down to 0 here, which is definitely very awkward. When you're primarily relying on the winds for energy scaling, and you know, you have so much metal. It can be very awkward. Yeah, so it seems like both teams a little more scout heavy than we saw in Special Reef in the previous game. As you know, like the scout wars here, the high APM, high octane scout wars are a little more important. Getting the radar there and the mechs, that's a very good pickoff. Oh, Chisato, oh man, getting some return damage. Not content to let all of their own mexes die to 8D or to Slick and Otto. Actually getting some damage of their own. Although we're seeing more. Oh my god, the Scout Wars. There's even more on the south. And Slick's gonna get another mex, it looks like. Although if we look, Slick is starting to float metal as Otto can't quite spend it all. Yeah, he's opting to drop his own lab. Otto does not quite have the BP or energy to scale BP to actually spend Slick's metal. All right, how are we looking macro-wise? Chisato and AT looking way healthier. Both players are spending their metal. Neither one's e-stalling, although AT is somewhat borderline e-stalling. I say borderline as he hard starts e-stalling the moment the wind dies. A lot of rascals, or rovers, I guess I'll say, on the north side here. Although there is an LLT. He's gonna snipe the mechs for sure. God, what a selfie that would have been on that mechs. He's gonna catch a constructor and get a mechs, and I mean this is a lot of rovers we gotta think about. Although it is gonna run right into a blitz, or 3 blitzes, and all of these rovers are gonna die. Oh, actually, some are maybe one's gonna get through. After all that, one rover gets through. Otto's really starting to aggressively scale his energy at this point. Trying to dump some of the metal that he and Slick are banking. As Slick is just scaling BP at the moment, before even queuing up units in his second lab. Some blitzes from Otto, gonna snipe an exploiter, looks like, but probably won't do much more than that. Oh, it does manage to get them out. That's pretty good. We're making walls now, cutting off all the various paths into the mountains, although this is kind of awkward for zone units, is the way they're pathing is a little weird. The blitzes here from Otto. Look at the map, dude. I would actually say Chisato and 8D are expanding way better. Both of them commander expanding. You know, it depends on whether or not they'll be able to keep these mexes, as there are quite a lot of blitzes and incisors very likely going to be made. But they are expanding pretty quickly. Chisato opting for a lot more exploiter-heavy gameplay. You know, the kind of benefit of being core. Otto's getting blitzes into the backline. Going to be able to start sniping some of these mexes, and these blitzes will kill these mexes very quickly. Although, right, this is played with the balance patch, right? So mexes are a little bit tankier, a little bit slower to die to these run bys. Ooh, AT's kind of e-stalling, but not in that much danger, I think, of dying to these blitzes. 40, it's a lot. It is a lot. It is a pretty big upgrade, but I mean, the mechs is still dying relatively quickly. Although you do absolutely see the difference. Like, they still die pretty quickly, but it's like they went from paper to like cardboard. Which, you know, you notice the improvement quite quickly. A lot of blitzes actually here from autopilot. And as this is happening, he's actually defending a pretty large push from Chisato in his side of the map. But, yeah, these blitzes are going to get through and kill all of these mexes. And you know, we're seeing it again. Look at the metal bars. This is the hard part. Both Chisato and AT are banking a lot of metal, and neither one seems able to spend. AT's hard e-stalling. Chisato, or Auto, is already up to 1,000 energy income and very likely can aggressively scale BP to spend their banked metal. So all of these extra mexes that both 8D and Chisato got are, well, frankly, a lot of them are dying. And they're just not able to spend their extra metal. Huge counterattack from Slick of blitzes and incisors, heading towards Chisato's side of the map. Let's see, how much have we accessed? Oh man, look at this. I just shake my head. These guys, although it is looking like Chisato and AT are actually starting to spend again. I see a tier 2 lab is out from Chisato and a tier 2 lab looking like out for Auto as well. Yes, armed vehicles for Auto, core vehicles for Chisato. Salamanders are already coming out. This push is quite dangerous. It's kind of like, I mean, Chisato is in a weird moment where he was mid-transition, so these are kind of the only units he has. So he kind of needs to just... he just needs to stop the fight until he can get some salamanders here. Are they tier 2? They are. We do see a tier 2 lab from both players. You know, we have a core vehicle tier 2, although he is hard e-stalling, making a fusion at the moment, you know, which is definitely going to make that much slower. Whereas autopilot does have a tier 2 lab, has Jags on the way, and is making the AGO as we speak. As we speak, the tier 2 Geo is coming up. Oh, 8D opted for another tier 1 lab on the northeast. Like a proxy tier 1 lab. Desperate to spend their metal. I guess with the lab's ability to dump metal with a little bit higher base BP. I wonder at the decision by Chisato to make a fusion instead of the AGO. I mean, maybe it's a little safer in his base surrounded by the BP, and you know, core vehicle doesn't have its own mobile BP. It doesn't have its own engineer, unfortunately, but it is looking. Oh, I see an air lab actually out from somebody. I think I see Shuri's moving on the map, owned by Slick. We'll have to go look at that in a moment. A bit of a skirmish between Jags and Sizers on the west side. Whereas Chisato's just trying to chill, play defensively, don't lose too much while he gets his macro up and scaling. The Jags are gonna make quick work of these exploders, although they will be tickled down. Alright, I want to go look. How are we looking? We have Shuri's EMPing incisors on the north, although unfortunately all of them are fight moves, EMPing a single incisor, which means these blitzes are gonna start going past. Where Jags plus Shuri's should be able to clean this up quite easily. Let's see, how we looking macro-wise? Auto has a fusion, scaling BP aggressively, has his own AGO, and now that he has this level of energy, can probably start reclaiming his solars, as I would be surprised even Slick is still making solars, considering he just reclaimed them for like a fusion from Auto. Oh, a lot of Jags. Actually, I say a lot of Jags. There's 3 Jags here in front of a mixed, combined arms Sizer Salamander army. All of 8D's units are getting shuried and then killed by these Jags. It's actually like a lot of metal is being fed towards the Auto and Slick team. A lot of metal, as these blitzes just kind of aren't finding any value. 8D's making stouts to try and fight into this, but I mean that's also just shuri bait, right? Like they're still just gonna get shuried by like by Slick, and then killed by the Jags and blitzes from Auto. Looking economically, while we have this little skirmish happening, AD and Chisato have fallen pretty massively behind, about 13k metal behind, as well as the energy income difference is massively in the favor of Auto and Slick. Frankly, everything except for defenses is massively in the favor of Auto and Slick, as they've kind of taken very little damage on their own side of the map and have just been scaling behind this. Oh, the blitzes and Jags. The Shuris, are going to try and commit into this, but there is actually enough blitzes where they function as their own anti-air at this point. Where Auto's blitzes and Jags are getting cleaned up by the combined blitzes and stouts from 8D. More Jags and blitzes trying to kill exploiters, while at the same time we have Slick has got a pretty big push actually happening in front of Chisato's. Well, what was once his expansions, they're just kind of wrecks now. A lot of these mexes they've taken have just ended up dying. And even more are dying. Like Chisato himself is I wouldn't say under threat as they are incisors. Pretty hard for a commander to die to incisors unless there's frankly a lot of them or you can't degun. Yeah, I would say this game is very quickly spiraling out of control for 8D and Chisato unless they get their own damage. Yeah, not even trying to make this Geo tier 2 this Geo on just opting for like fusion spam in his base. Which I mean the Jags here I guess would deny it anyway, but I mean these blitz Jag run bys by Auto are just and Slick, to be fair. Look how many mexes are dying. There's just mexes dying all over the map. 8D and Chisato just cannot stabilize. They cannot get a moment of peace to actually start booming or even catch up at this point. As they're approaching 20,000 metal behind Auto and Slick. So Slick is getting some of his incisors shuried, but I mean even then, like the damage is still continuing. Mexes are still dying. And if we look at the north, there's a very large push coming 8D's way, and then, well, I mean at this point, he doesn't quite have an easy way to fight this. Like Janus defensively, they can make the Jags think about pushing into them, but. Wait, that is actually a very good point. There's no tier 2 mech scaling from Chisato AD, which admittedly, they have so many tier 1 mexes to take, but I would say if they could actually manage to take any of these tier 1 mexes and keep them for some amount of time, but they just don't seem to be able to keep these mexes. AD's quickly going to lose this position. There are bulls here now. Like Jags, they can be held off. Jags can be held off by stout Janus. Bulls, on the other hand, will just drive through this. They don't care about any of this tier 1 trash in their face. And they're very quickly going to start killing these mexes as, Auto is leaking and once again killing even more. Everywhere you look, frankly. Although we look, there's a pretty large counter push happening, whereas Chisato has quite a lot of salamanders. And coming directly for Slick's base. And there's a lot of undefended mexes here, actually. A lot of undefended mexes here from Slick. And we have a little forward base with making grunts. Maybe can make some twin guards as quickly as it can. Salamanders being amphibious actually have a bit of EMP resistance. Kind of annoying to EMP with Shuris. Like you can do it, but it's gonna take a moment. Which it might actually be enough to force this back, the combo of the Shuris and the grunts. Although the Shuris actually need to focus fire to get these things to get EMP'd, as if they're just spreading their fire like this, as you can see, like the EMP just does not happen. And Chisato's trying to find a way around these twin guards, although it's looking like he's going right into it. I mean the Tigers from some Slick here now will very likely force these salamanders to back off. So once again, no damage done by the side of Chisato and 8D. They didn't manage to get any mexes Although this little Tiger Jag run by could make this very awkward, as this AGO exploding would be incredibly unfortunate for Auto, as I'm pretty sure it kills all of this BP. Oh, Chisato's idling, not actually microing these units. Not gonna. I think Auto will be able to react in time now. I mean, it is Tiger, and they are Jags, and the Salas, you know, like close range like this, they're okay, and you know they're okay. They don't lose a lot of the fall off. And not gonna get. I don't even know if they spotted it. Yeah, they did not spot it. Not gonna get the AGO. Pretty big counterattack of Tigers. What does DV stand for? DV is defense value. So if you look at it right now, the only metric where Chisato and 8D are ahead is they have more defenses. Although if you look, they have actually, never mind, they've actually caught up with energy production. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Aphis pop up on the minimap sometime soon. Although making an Aphis with almost 0 tier 2 mexes is kind of funny to me. No delay. Yeah, for some reason they decided they didn't want to delay. You know? I guess because it's kind of a for fun tournament. For fun in-house tournament, they decided they didn't want to delay. Very honorable, of course. None of these players would be watching, I'm assuming. It is. It's fun with no delay. Oh, man. A lot of these mexes have died. I mean, AT's somewhat stabilized a little bit if we look at the minimap, but he's in desperate straits against Auto. As Auto's kind of everywhere. Pretty big air battle happening here where Chisato has, like, massive advantage. And controlling the skies means all of this is going to be Shuriable. And Tiger, like, the difference with Tigers here is while they're good at running in, they're good at killing undefended economy, they are relatively easy to Shuri when the Shuris are in large number. And total air dominance by Chisato will mean that this whole army does get Shuried, although he unfortunately fight moving means he will not be able to get the big piece of the army. You'll get a little bite-sized chunk of it. Oh man. Auto with even more run-bys. This is still happening. Just Jags kind of leaking into all over 8D's backline on like undefended mexes. And I mean at this point, you know, it is quite bad. Like they need to keep these mexes alive because metal's pretty good. Mexes are pretty good, and there's just frankly not a lot of mexes being kept on the side of 18 Chisato. Like, look at the map. Auto, all of those mexes are oh my god, I need to zoom out and look at that. All of these mexes are tier 2. The metal income lead is enormous, actually. They can't keep any of their tier 1 mexes, let alone they apparently have not been scaling their tier 2. That is a huge lead for Auto and Slick. Enormous amount of tier 2 mexes. Chisato is starting to be able to defend his side of the map, but 8Ds is in absolutely dire straits. Absolutely dire straits. He look at the minimap. He's fighting tier 1 units into bowl. Wait, I'm surprised he's still making tier 1 units from this lab while metal stalling when he has a tier 2 lab of his own. I'm actually very surprised. As I mean, Janice Whistler Stout into bowls is like, I mean, well, it's kind of sad. Wait, is he AD cloak walking following the tier 2 con is very unfortunate. That is 1,000 energy per step. 1,000 energy per step he's putting into this while just upgrading mexes. Very unfortunate. Is there a bracket? Yes, I can show the bracket after the game. There is a bracket. Oh my god, huge push. Huge push of Tiger Grunt here from Slick, although Chisato does have quite a large army of his own. Although Auto bringing his own flak tank and bulls in on the might actually, it's putting Chisato in a really uncomfortable spot. The Banisher numbers are starting to grow, and like we saw in the last game, Banishers into bulls, when they get that number, well, bulls just kind of can't fight into them. Oh, AD with a bit of a counterattack in the north, pulling some of Otto's attention. He's going to start trying to kill some mexes. Whereas Chisato is just trying to play defensive at the moment and not lose too much while he's very much so outnumbered. Damage efficiency? Well, Chisato with some good D-guns. We'll look at damage efficiency in a moment. As this is kind of a crucial fight that is happening. Oh, Chisato barely manages to live. All of... Oh, the flank tricks are there. There's still a few flank tricks alive. Chisato getting his commander out of there, but they're quickly getting cut off from their west side of the map. Damage efficiency massively in the favor of Otto and Slick. The metal excess, you know, a little bit. Energy excess, looking a little dicey. Like, Chisato was keeping up in energy, but a lot of it was just going to be lost to the void. At this point, the macro diff is so large, it's going to be so hard to come back from this. Otto and Slick looking absolutely dominant. As Chisato and AD are quickly being reduced to the mexes that the area of the map they started with. Everywhere they would look, there's just tigers and bulls, and the red army is quickly you know, running out of units. Chisato getting ready to Shuri this. If he manages to get the flak trucks, this whole army is Shuriable. That is the challenge, actually. Yeah, Team Cup. I think Team Cup 1. I think that's correct. It is Team Cup 1. So if anybody wanted to see the brackets, those are the brackets. You can see the teams. AT has a pretty large Tier 1 army of Stouts and Janus. And he's still making Whistlers. I'm confused. Yeah, if we look, we didn't look at the bottom left corner, but all of Chisato's mexes died to this secondary push from some Slick. Although looking like the Shuri cloud will very quickly start EMPing these tigers. I say very quickly. I guess they are still tigers. Pretty massive health pool does make them kind of annoying to shuriken. Well, Chisato should be able to kill this entire army. I do not see any reserves from him, although it looks like he's starting to add them into his army now. We'll be able to maybe res or even just reclaim this. It's looking like Slick is actually starting to bank up enough metal that he's not able to spend it, which means, you know, Otto being, you know, the main base here is going, yeah. I was going to say it needs to, oh my god. Otto being a little sneaky, doing a little something fun. Okay, we like that. Let me see. We do not see the building from Chisato or AT, so this could be kind of meaty. Well, pretty big push on the east side. Gonna kill all of AT's mexes for what feels like maybe the 10th time. All of his mexes are gonna die on the east side of the map. Just a huge bull push. I'm waiting. I don't want to miss him hitting the go button. Ah, yeah. Okay, there it goes. And yeah, you know what? Hold on. We gotta get this nice and cinematic looking. As I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a nice resign as soon as this red player's oh, is that gonna hit the cliff? Just barely misses the cliff and kills all of Chisato's economy. The entirety of red team's energy economy just vanishes in a big nuclear fireball. Perfect timing for that. Perfect timing for that, as these Chisato was actually starting to get a kind of a scary push building up on Slick. But pretty dominant. Pretty dominant game. You know what? Actually pretty dominant. That Otto and Slick kind of just did not let them keep the map at all. Everywhere they were just totally denying their ability to expand. It was over. It was like the game was over from the expansion phase, which is it's another part of, you know, when you're playing this 2v2 or even just 1v1 on maps this size, defending your expansions is not easy. Like, you have so much map to control, so much map to cover, and Otto and Slick just did it better. They did it better. Bar game a little too hard? No. It's not too hard. This is perfect. All right, let's see. Greco and oh, it looks like the other guys. They're playing the Special Reef. Oh my God, it's still going. Are we ever gonna see the small maps played? We might not. Huge maps for 1v1 must be fun. I will say, my favorite 1v1 map that I have ever played will forever be Flats and Forest. Fantastic. So much fun map to play. I might be broken inside for thinking that. So much fun. Alright, Zao and Spody going for one lab. It's so good. Such a fun 1v1 map. I have 1v1'd on this map. It is hard. Let's just say it is hard. It's fun when Randy goes easy on me. Randy's not the only person I've 1v1'd. Flats, X Factor. It's a fun map. It is a fun map. Oh man. It's looking... Looking at the economy, since, you know, we're in catch up. Not a lot of... Greco's got a pretty big army here, actually. Teriyaki and Greco are actually pretty solidly ahead economically. Looking at, you know, a few minutes behind the catch-up time. Healthier energy economy, a little bit of a metal lead, although it's, you know, with how much it's fluctuating, kind of hard to tell. Fast you can catch up, it's the same amount of units. Yeah, it's all CPU based, right? My CPU's kind of old. Well, pretty big push here from Zao in the north of a Banisher ball. Same from Greco though in the south. The Banisher Tiger ball. Ooh. I mean, that's kind of looking. This is looking really bad for the Zao Spody team actually. Like Zao's getting a little bit of pressure in the north, but this ball from Greco is actually super terrifying. 1v1 of full metal plate. Now that might be peak bar. Oh, you know, actually, it just hit me. Another fun 1v1 map that's kind of like weirdly big. Angel Crossing. Angel Crossing is actually kind of a cool map. It's interesting. It's very unique. Very unique terrain. Pretty similar, extreme macro. But it's fun. It's cool. Oh my god, look at the fusion spam. We did play that. That was a fun game, even though I got pooped on. It was a fun game. Alright, we're almost caught up. Yeah. Was this a serve? Oh my god, Spody made a serve. This is a huge push. Starlight, Banisher, Tiger, Grunt is a combo. In this game, FPS video card. Even then, your frames are somewhat pretty solidly like CPU based. Like I actually just upgraded my GPU. Pretty massively upgraded my GPU. My frames didn't change. Straight up, my frames did not change. Alright, we're caught up. Greco did a lot of damage and opened the door, but there is a pretty large Shiva push in his front, like that he's kind of fighting into. The Banishers can kind of kite them, but he's kind of running into a pretty big defensive line. How's Zao's push doing while this is happening? He's running to Bull Starlight, which is this is where the Tiger Banisher is a little bit weaker, much harder to fight into it. You kind of need to bait the Starlights forward and surround them with the Tigers, but we are. Oh, this feels like the worst thing to push into. Look at this little fort. Like this actually feels like the worst thing in existence to push into. Like an insane defensive line here. It does not seem like something we should push into. Well, the Shivas are growing a number on their front door. Starlight's running for the hills. Now Zao wisely letting the Starlights and Bulls push forward and then just driving in with the Tigers, using their speed and high HP to get on top of the Starlights and kill them all. It does kill Teriyuki's entire army. Well, a couple pulsars here will make it mildly inconvenient for oh man, for Zhao to push, although the lack of pinpointers, funny enough. The tremor, the funny tremor here, you know. Technically a Starlight counter, just not a very good one, and it is technically a Starlight counter. It's actually, again, mildly inconveniencing these Starlights. A lot of metal on the ground here, actually. Can we see how much? 33,000 metal on the ground. You know, Zhao opting to res it all with a pretty large res ball. Shivas are starting to push mid. Shiva Wasp starting to push mid, as there doesn't seem to be any response to these wasps just flying around killing all the advanced exploiters. Oh man. Funny enough, the advanced exploiters not terrible at killing air, but they're not great at it. The Banishers doing a little bit more as they... Oh, nice shot. Well, the air has responded and starting to kill all the wasps. Shiva's running into the minor defensive line here. But we have a tiger push in the south, although it's only a few tigers. Will likely get cleaned up. Economically, there's a bit of a lead, I would say. Very slight lead for Teriyaki and Greco. Although this is really awkward. Do we have any shurikens for the... You know what? That's fine. I'm sure they'll stop that. You know, Spody opting for his own Aphis grid himself. Let's see. Zhao is just full... Oh, he's actually starting to lose access to the rec field here. This is kind of dicey. The mass Starlight is slowly starting to push back, which, I mean, with the huge economic advantage that Greco and Teriyaki have, they should have so many answers to this. Oh, Titan. Opting for Titan here. There's not really a lot of BP on this gantry. I'm a little surprised at the choice of Titan, as it's going to take quite a while for that Titan to finish, even though they have this very large and healthy economy. And that is a lot of Tigers and Shivas in the front door. I mean, air does deal with this, so like, and even then, like, they could lose the gantry here. I see Shivas being made in the south by Greco. The air dominance as well should be able to clean most of this up. Oh, huge fighter like war happening in the north. Looks like Zhao did the bait again and killed that entire push of Teriyaki again. But the Wasps will fully clean up this push in the middle of the map. How much metal we got on the ground? 20,000 metal on the ground. Well, it is starting to grow a little, I want to say starting to grow a little out of control. It's been pretty out of control looking at this for quite a while. As the macro advantage for blue team is quite large, although a lot of their energy that they've generated has been accessed. I mean, this is still a pretty obscene defensive position to put. Like, this is going to take so long to break open. Like, Shivas will break it, but it's annoying. It's probably quicker to just go around. Like, it's just annoying to push that. Now, Zhao is hard resing this pretty large army in the north, but the combo of Tigers and, well, the first Titan on the field. He's gonna start reclaiming it. Not really confident in his ability to secure it, I think, and reclaiming is a little bit safer. Using some negotiators to start popping these pulsars. Nice. Instantly kills it before any ability to react. There's so many Tigers here actually from Teriyaki. Pretty large tier 3 army building up for Greco as well. I will not be surprised if we just get a pretty large ball of tier 3 built, and then we hit the go button, and it really does not look like there's a whole lot to respond to this, as the army advantage is wildly in the favor of Team Blue. Oh, we do have to be somewhat careful about this Tiger push. The Serb actually doing kind of massive damage on these Tigers, and they're all grouped up like this. How many to one-shot Pulsar? Yeah, four negotiators to one-shot a Pulsar. Yeah, we're learning here live on Twitch. Oh, there's so many Pulsar, so many Tigers. We have Titans walking forward with Starlight Vanguard behind them. A lot of Vanguards. A lot of Vanguards. Okay, he's queued up a lot of Vanguards. Wasn't it 5? Well, he just used 4 and killed it. I don't know. I didn't look and see if maybe the Pulsar was weakened, but starting to tickle the Tigers. Advanced exploiters. We got a bulwark, or we got a couple bulwarks. I mean, this Titan needs to be a little careful not to just run into that, right? Like, this Titan could just get mugged if it goes forward and just runs into this ball of grunt Tiger. This Titan could have a bad time. It looks like we're gonna bring the Vanguards forward and just slowly build up the numbers that we need to break this position. Looking like a pretty big tier 3 army as well is building up on the southern side for Greco. Has not hit the go button yet. A lot of these Tigers are actually dying to these negotiators, which is very awkward, as they're just kind of idling, sitting into those missile range. Yeah, economically, the red team is catching up a bit in terms of income, but again, you can see why that is, right? As the army value advantage is wildly in the favor of the blue team, and a lot of their excess economy is going into more units, as they are preparing to hit the red team with a blow that they just cannot defend against. Yeah, Greco is building up. There's a lot of Kargs and Shivas here. A lot of Kargs, 30 Shivas, 15 Kargs, 63 Tigers. I have a feeling we'll walk over this, as much as there is a lot of defense there. Oh yeah, Katas to break it open, maybe not a terrible idea. Vanguard on the high ground. Yeah, we do have quite a few Vanguards have been made, although it doesn't look like he's going for the high ground option, just walking behind the... Although just fight moving them means they are going to be shooting spam for quite a while, which is quite unfortunate. A little bit more manual fire is required here to not be wasting the Vanguard shots on essentially nothing. Yeah, this push will be... I mean, Zal will be able to hold here for quite a while these Vanguards are just shooting spam. Oh. Tiger getting a little... the Titan is going to get sprinted at by these grunts, but, I mean, I think it's just fine. It's probably okay. It's getting a little tickled. I'm kind of surprised Greco has not hit the go button yet, actually, with that that massive tier 3 army in the south. Vanguards. Oh, we got Teriyaki and Greco are struggling to spend their metal again, building up quite a bit. This is such an enormous army. Such an enormous army, actually. It looks like we've hit the go button. It is time. While this is a lot of defense, there is not enough defense in the world to stop this. We have a Karg on the high ground. We have a pretty big Grunt Tiger Bull push happening as well on the same time in the north. But this is an obscenely big army running into, frankly, a lot of defense. And even then, it is just not enough. Oh, God. The move command. Did you see every time he does the move command, the server is screaming in distress, begging him to not do that command again. No way. He actually has quite a bit of 18 Kargs here is actually pretty good amount of AA. That is a lot. Like, this is why you mix Kargs in with your Shivas. Their AA is actually like, it's a sneaker AA. It's very good. A lot of this army has died, but frankly, there's still... Look at the army value advantage. That number is going down, but not by that much. It's definitely going down, but not that much. Huge number of Kargs and Shivas still alive. And oh, we're gonna... It looks like we're opting to go around this secondary defensive line and go right for the front door. I see a behemoth on the mini-map. And that will be a bit more than these Kargas and Shivas can deal with, likely. Oh, huge bombing run coming. Huge! That is a massive bombing run coming. How many bombers do we have here? 141 Tier 2 bombers is an obscene amount of Tier 2 bombers. And frankly, not a lot of AA here. They were relying pretty heavily on their fighters to deal with this, but like a few screamers are it's not going to do a whole lot to stop this. The bombers coming in, and we're going to see a pretty enormous pop here. Even spreading the bombers to bomb the BP. Aphis go down, and it's just Tier 2 bombers flying above the base. This poor behemoth is stuck. Help me, step behemoth. I've gotten stuck. Oh my god, this poor thing. We see him resign. Greco and Teriyaki, massive macro advantage. Turned it into a insane bombing run. That poor behemoth. That poor behemoth. Well, let's see, bracket-wise. Let's see, bracket-wise, that was high floss, which I believe was, I'm hoping somebody was not lying to me, and that does actually mean helpless in German, and it's not something worse. Is up a point. My god, there's so many rounds. These are all insane macro games. Somebody needs to pick a small map. Save us. Get a small map. So the next one we have the B-map numbers, which is Zhao and Spody, versus Sato and 8D. That one could be a fun one. We haven't seen those two teams against each other. Casual Newbies undefeated so far. Which, actually, it'll be interesting to see if they stay undefeated. As you know, we have a bit of games here. We have to see a small map at some point. These are going to be insane and large macro maps. We have to see. I beg. Somebody pick DSD. You know, usually I've never asked for DSD, but I'm begging. It does mean helpless. I trust. Best of 5 on the... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Hillfloss? 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 Oh, Hillfloss. Okay, I see that. I'll probably still pronounce it incorrectly. I probably still will do that, as, you know, I'm a sad American here. Sad American. Words are hard. Can barely speak English on a good day. You know what? Alright, let's see. Otto and Slick showing up. Although I think this is... Alright, whatever. I want to see the Zhao Spody versus Chisato AD. That's the matchup we haven't seen yet. I want to see that matchup. That'd be interesting. So far, the Auto Slick team looking totally dominant. Rework Hellas Basin. Look, I have no power here. Why did he give me boss? Wait, why would he boss me? I'm probably gonna leave. I'm gonna leave to go watch the 8D Chisato versus Zhao and Spody probably. We're just bossing everybody, just throwing boss around. Fair enough. My god. We think somebody will pick a small map, right? We're gonna see, like, the map pool has extended glitters, special reef, DSD, and prismatic anomaly. I feel like we're gonna see a small map at some point. Probably. Please God, have mercy. Have mercy. Especially with all these guys being like macro players, you know, like this. It's gonna go Aphis stage. We get I was actually surprised Extended Glitters did not go AFA stage. And that was just kind of on the back of Otto and Slick's rating was just way too good. Alright, let's go join. Let's go join the 8D Zao, Chisato, and Spody lobby. Let's see. Well, I'm going. I'm curious at the matchup between the casual newbies and the Hillfloss. Hillfloss. Oh god. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's gonna be interesting. As you know, once again, both those teams looking pretty good. Band special, band prismatic. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's up to the RNG gods. It is up to the RNG gods. If we get a small map or we're going extended glitters again, send help. Oh god, I'm afraid. I don't even know what I want to see. A part of me wants to see glitters again, just to see if maybe, like, you know, 18 Chisato do a little better. Maybe Zhao and Spody, like, also. I haven't seen them play very much. We only got to see the end of that last game. Part of me wants to see glitters again, but at the same time. Oh, Otto! Oh, man. Otto and Slick versus Greco and Teriyaki on DSD. That'd be a quick game. It'd be funny if we got DSD with these guys as well, actually. That'd be pretty funny. I know, Shadow. I have that turned on. I'm aware. I learned. You guys, I want to congratulate you. You got bar changed, okay? You guys did this. You guys did this. DSD! Holy! We're blessed. You guys got bar changed. There's now a D&D option in bar because of you guys, which is impressive. Actually impressive. What? No! Wait, oh, wait, did the wrong person roll? Does it matter? Wait, does it matter? Oh, we're still saved. Never mind, we're fine. It's still DSD. We're chill. We're chill. Quick games. In-house tourneys should be weekly occurrence. It would be actually very cool, like, if this combined with, like what we saw, like, a couple days ago with the DME versus Pro, like, Clan League. Like, a mix between that would be pretty fun. It is looking... This proposed unit rework? Yes, to answer a YouTube question. This proposed unit rework is actually getting pretty solidly... It's getting liked, I think. There's a lot of positive, like, feelings around it. And it is very likely looking like it is going to become live. We'll have to see. Maybe it might change a little bit between now and going live. I don't know. But it is looking like it is positive. It has had positive reception. There's quite a few. There's a decent amount of changes in it. And some of them pretty big, impactful changes. Like the lab change is pretty big. The mech change is pretty big. Although once again, going from paper to cardboard, you know, it still feels pretty similar, but it is noticeably different. I forgot jugs are going. They are faster in this. I actually forgot about that. Somebody needs to make a jug. We need to see a jug. We might see a jug in this at some point. I wouldn't be surprised. We just need to get into the big macro map. I'm curious how much these guys have cooked, because unlike Special Reef and Extended Glitters, which, you know, they're kind of just make raiders, defend your mexes, expand, make sure you're aggressively expanding energy and BP. This DSD and Prismatic Anomaly are a little bit more cookable. Like, they're a little bit more... You could do some fun builds on a map like this. They're much smaller, much easier to defend your economy. One of the ugliest maps visually, maybe. You know what? It's not a pretty map, DSD, but it is, for a lot of older bar players, it's home. This is home. Somewhere out there in the world, there's Batak whispering to people, DSD time, somewhere. Who knows if these guys have actually cooked for this? I'm not sure. It's my PTSD. I mean, look, I have played an excessive amount of DSD in my time. I played a lot of this map. Some fun games, a lot of fun games. A lot of the worst metas I've ever seen in bar, but you know, it's you get a little good with the bad. All right, looks like this has not been entirely cooked, as they do seem to be kind of coming up with this in the moment. Although Spodey and Zhao not doing any sort of drawings that they seem to be doing. So maybe they have an actual plan. We'll have to see. I'm dead already. Poor Chisato. This guy. This is what Faf does to him, man. He left to go play Faf. He left us, and look what he's become. Yup, that poor behemoth. Middle basin has barely anything to fight for. Are we talking about the low ground? Because there are a decent amount of mexes here, and you know they're decent value. You know, a lot of like the hill here, very important territory. Some might even call this Ural Hill, as he does seem to like playing this position and getting this hill, as you get a lot of map dominance if you own this hill. Controls a lot of the north, and even, you know, can start influencing the rest of the map. All right, what are we going lab-wise? This is gonna be the interesting thing. Oh man, that actually sucks to hear about Faf, the DDoS. Well, at least it stopped. That is good to hear. All right, we got a core bot lab in the back from Spodey. I'm curious if we're going to see a lab as well from Zhao, although he looks like he's just making energy to help fund this lab for his teammate. I'll have to come check back in a moment. Similar thing, AD's making a lab of his own in the north. Oh no, we have two lab gaming actually. Chisato and AD both going their own labs. Chisato making a core vehicle lab, AD making an armed bot lab. I would not be surprised if we're going to see a lab from Zhao maybe, or if we're going full, maybe we're going full one lab co-op as well, as he's already opted for an e-store as well. I'm curious how this shapes up, as it's looking like Chisato and AD doing a little bit more normal of a build, like you would see in like a kind of in a pub game, although they do have sliders down. Whereas the Zhao Spodey one is a little bit different, and it's looking like this is a far harder of an actual co-op. Yeah, it looks like Zhao's gonna walk forward, and I'm gonna assume cut off the opening with like an LLT probably, and start calm expanding and grabbing mexes. AT making a reser for Chisato, which will, you know, allow him to boom a little bit easier, getting a lot of the energy reclaim here. AT is expanding. He's expanding to the north with one con. Chisato south. Hasn't opted for any BP expansion yet. Ooh, a tick does get in from 8D, and this is where this gets really annoying. No units from there's one. Oh god. That hurts, actually. That's incredibly painful. It does kill the tick, which puts an end to what was a very annoying thing that was happening, but wow, that was an expensive tick. One tick is gonna get caught. Oh, another tick gets in. Having a tick in the backline when you're core bots is incredibly brutal, as there's really no way for the grunts to deal with this unless the tick miss micros, or maybe you get a good mech self D, or as Zhao selected he was gonna try and self D it again, but so far a massive damage has happened to blue team. Pretty big advantage for the red team. Pretty big advantage for our red players. Chisato expanding to the south and the north at the same time. Gonna get all of these mexes and start wind scaling behind it. Oh, wind is actually like very low, so he was e-stalling, or he's borderline e-stalling making that con turret. Well, the tick did get cleaned up at the expense of, well, I denied a mech and killed one. And what happened there that we won't talk about, that was just very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I mean, now that Zhao's commander is in this position, he should, in theory, be able to lock down any more leaking from happening. Although he's opting for a con turret instantly. No LLT. Trusting in his commander, although he does have his slider all the way down. So there will not be he will not be able to D-gun while his slider is that far down, which is a little dangerous. He has some grunts here to fight this, although it is pawns, and that matchup is kind of awkward depending on micro. Well, Zhao sees the pawns and is going to start trying to defend against this. It is 4 pawns versus 3 grunts, which is definitely uncomfortable. Although, yeah, with the commander edition there, even if he can't D-gun, is enough. Oh, rocket bots. Making rocket bots already to hand out over to Zhao. I'm curious what this BP is going to be for. Is he's just scaling more energy? Interesting. Oh, Chisada's already pretty hard expanding in the south. There's a Khan grabbing mexes, his commander's grabbing mexes. Rascal gets in the back line, he's going to start sniping mexes. And it's even more damage going the way of going in favor of Chisada and 8D as a lot more economy is dying. 8D with micro here, he smells the constructor and he's gonna clean it up. Everywhere you look, there's just a lot of damage happening. Chisada's still going. He snipes the radar here. Very annoying losing that radar, as they now all of a sudden have no vision of their backline. Rascal's gonna get in. He's gonna start killing some base mexes, although, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a reclaim soon from Spody. Yep. Does manage to get a mex and turn off a solar. 8D opting for the Geo already, on the back of his Resbot eating all of the strange little cactus-looking plants, and you know, has a decent decent amount of energy economy already. 8D has secured the hill. Well, this has all been going on. You know, Zhao does have he has some rocket bots here to fight into this, although they are looking like they're going to get caught by these pawns. And well, if the pawns get on top of you, they're going to do what pawns do best and absolutely just clean house. Zhao trying to get up a twin guard as quickly as he can, but 8D has the ability to just go behind the winds here. Yeah, he sees it. Although, he has to be careful not to hug the winds. He's going to kill all of Zhao's energy that he has here. Another big chunk of oh man. Another big chunk of blue team's economy goes down. Look at the map though. Chisada has incisors everywhere. This game looking very quickly is spiraling out of the control of the blue team, as there are leaks happening everywhere. Good spreads from Chisada here, meaning the incisors actually can kind of fight into this. Gonna kill the pounders. And with the incisors getting on, frankly, what is all of blue team's energy economy that they have left, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resign soon. As there's that pawn killed another mechs in the north that managed to leak through, but oh man, this is like so painful watching this happen. So many wins just died. And Chisada building up another grouping of incisors to start cleaning up even more mexes in the south. Everywhere you look, their mechs is dying, their economy dying. Okay, that one lived. That's kind of funny, but at least there's one little hope. And we see Chisada opting for a little bit of a bomber transition here. I mean, they know they're massively ahead. They know they've done obscene damage. They know they're ahead. They can kind of afford to do this, as both Zhao and Spody are hard e-stalling at the moment, with the loss of the majority of their wins. The addition of the Geo on the side of red team, giving them the much healthier energy economy, means they're going to start pumping these bombers quite quickly. Quite quickly. Wow, that was actually hard to say. Now we have a bit of a pounder conga line coming in. Oh man, Chisada has claimed the mexes on Spody's side of the map, and that's That's how you know that's how you know it's in real dire straits, is when you don't even own your own mexes and they do. Oh. Kind of dangerous here for Chisato. Little miss micro. He's gonna tickle that commander down. And it looks like the bombers are on the road. They're going now. He's sending them now. 11 bombers and a scout. What do we see? We have a decent amount of vision, although the scout will give us even more. We'll spot the Geo, and very likely we're going to bomb the Geo on the way. 8D making a gauntlet over Zhao's position. About to probably be invalidated, as I'm pretty sure the bombers deal with this quite easily. Bombing the conversion. Chisato swapping the bombers' targets to the Geo. Right as they fix their energy. Kills the Khan. Oh, brutal. The mexes, you know, a bit tankier. You have to be a little bit more careful with how you bomb them, as one bomber will not be able to bomb them as easily as it could before. I say, as that one bomber kills 2 mexes in one swipe, which is, you know, immediately invalidating me. Decent amount of lashers, and nettles going up. Some winds going down, and Sizer's getting in on the lab again. As he's frantically making, you know, I guess thistles and lashers to deal with the bombers. If you look at the minimap, so many of these mexes have died. Zhao is getting run at by pawns, actually, and is gonna barely go down, killing a lot of his own army. It is quickly spiraling out of control. It has spiraled out of control. The incisors are killing all the energy they just managed to rebuild, and Chisato's tier 2. Looking at the minimap, we have a Banisher out. We have a Banisher and a Tiger out. And the bombers are kind of still going. 41%. Yeah, bombers have 41% more HP. And with that, they've called it. The red team, Chisato and 8D. Dominating performance. Let's see, are the other guys done? Last in it. Wait, no, that's ours? Oh, the other one's still going. Okay, let's see how they're doing. Yeah, mexes have 41% HP, and they're using the BPL balance, right? The same unit rework that the BPL has. They're using the same thing. Which again, it seems to have gotten a lot of positive feedback, as people seem to like that balance patch. All right, how are we looking? This is a one lap play from both of them. Slick giving the AGO. We have a tier 2. Oh, he caught up just in time for Otto to get sniped. That was a good kill, actually, because it was looking like the red team there. They were booming. They had AGO up. They had a tier 2 lab. Whereas it's looking like the blue team was pretty behind economically, but they sniped the last commander. They sniped both commanders. Teriyaki traded with Slick, and then Otto got sniped by the Stouts. Wow. That's kind of a crazy ending there. I wish we managed to see the whole game, but here we are. So that's round 3. Hill Floss. We said it correctly, I hope. And gets their point. And D's, because again, I'm not saying the whole name, got their point. Oh man, I actually kind of want to see. This is a rematch. This is an interesting rematch too. Like these guys we saw earlier on Special Reef, right? I'm interested to see how they. Wait, they already reported it? What? You guys haven't played this game though. They haven't played that match. What do you mean they already reported a win? A little premature, guys. A little premature. Or maybe supreme confidence, actually. Maybe. I don't know. Insane confidence. They have declared that there's no way they can lose this game. And yes, I do see that Greco is saying, sorry, misclicked, which, you know, fair enough. Do we believe him though? I don't know. That seems like confidence. It seems like a gauntlet being thrown. I'm kind of curious at the rematch between those guys. As you know, it was pretty close. They want to stop for the day? Are they gonna wait? Are you guys gonna do it another day? They're gonna make it a 2-day thing. Repeat next week. That's fair. You know what? A little bit of a casual 2v2 tournament. You know, it's getting a little late for some of the Europeans. They might want to call it. We'll have to see what they want to do. Frankly, I didn't even expect to. Honestly, it was a bit of a surprise to get this at all. Right, how we... Yeah, so this whole time, like, the BPL qualifiers have been going, and I'm actually pretty curious how that's doing. There's probably some really good games, actually. There's a lot of good players in this BPL. And I've been very curious. I've been very curious how the new 1v1 balance is shaping up. I can't stream it with no delay. Yeah, I'd have to restart and all that. And even then, like, you know, I'm not gonna stream on main if there's not like somebody in charge saying, yeah, go ahead and do that. Like, you know what I mean? You know, I don't know. I want to do that. We'll have to see. I'll have to see if these guys are done. It's up to them. Wait, oh, Teddy's playing in this BPL quals. My God, the man, the myth, the legend. If you want with 5 minutes, dude, the delays. I do wish there was some way to like have an in-game like spectate delay, just so like we could stream without a delay, because it is fun having like the chat interaction. It is enjoyable. But you know, not always, not quite not possible at the moment with Bar. You know, maybe one day. One day that'll become a possibility. Not quite yet. You're covering a few of the games. Did you see any good games, Aiden? Any like highly competitive games? Any of them going late? You enjoy being interacted with? Yeah, you know what? I do too. Slick. It's fun. FAF has that delay feature. I think it's one that's been requested in Bar a decent amount. I just have not seen... I can't remember the reasoning why. I think there was a reason why it wasn't possible in Bar yet, but... had flying mammoths. Oh my God, flying mammoths. Flying mammoths sounds cool. I'm going to assume that is actually like mammoth transports. Look, some might even call me Lost Edman. Okay, if you're wondering who I am, there's somebody on YouTube asking. This guy, right here. Alright? It is I. In fact, if you just watched the replay and can't... Yeah, we were talking, okay, about maybe this free-for-all tournament that might be coming up, and how a stream delay doesn't do much for a free-for-all tournament. And somebody suggested casting replay, and it's like, that would work, but it's just so much less cool than like a live game, you know? It's so much less cool. So much worse. You really want to see, you want it live. You want it live with chat interaction. That's the fun stuff. They have not decided yet. I think they're figuring out if they're playing more games. If they're not playing more games, I will unfortunately have to send you guys away. We'll have to see. If it's up to them. Yeah. So we kind of have to hope that, of course, all these wonderful players in a nice free-for-all tournament will not be screen peeking. We have to trust in these guys' moral integrity. We have to trust their moral integrity. To not look at the stream, all right, and you know, see who's doing what. Five-minute delay. What? Oh my God. Okay. Say it with a straight face. I tried. I actually tried, Hells. I tried to say it with a straight face, and I did fail. I actually failed. I tried. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. They would do it. They don't do it. They would do it. Like, I trust these guys not to cheat. And realistically, how many people would cheat, right? And then fail and like lose because they're too busy looking at the stream to micro their own game. You know what I mean? They're gonna sabotage themselves. They're gonna sabotage themselves. Look, it seems like they're still figuring out if they're playing more games today or not. We'll have to see. I kind of hope they do. We saw some cool games in the like on the big maps. Even though they were long, it is kind of fun watching the transition from like, okay, who can defend their economy better, who can actually handle the massive amount of economy that is coming in, and getting damage of their own done is pretty interesting and fun to watch. Every now and again, okay. We don't want to see big horrible metal maps constantly, as that does get a little too much, but they are fun. Slick talking about the Raiko special, as I think you missed that era of free for all. The era of free for all where Raiko would spawn in, make an air lab. This was the old transport, and just find the nearest person to drop his commander on, and just see how many bases he could click on. Different time. It was a different time. Wait. Maybe? I don't know. There's movement. Seems like a wholesome free-for-all lobby. It was very funny. It was very funny. I'll fully admit it was very funny to watch. The funny thing is, a meta developed, alright, between the free-for-allers. If Raiko was in the lobby, people would be opening like nettles. Okay, they'd be opening AA in their base if Raiko was in the lobby because of the fear of a certain man dropping on them. It was funny. Talking about how to continue. All right, they're figuring it out. Oh my god. Wait, is Highgain's playing in BPL? That's kind of cool. I don't know if I've ever seen Highgain play 1v1s. It doesn't surprise me. He's a very good player. I just don't know if I've ever actually seen him play 1v1s. I gotta go look at the BPL challenge. I'm very curious. I'm Bloatier. Okay. We got Teddy. We got Randy. Talk. We got a lot of DME guys here, actually, kind of outnumbering the not DME guys. There's so many DME guys. Oh my god. There's so many. Holy. Biggest menace imaginable. It was, but it was also very funny. It was very funny menace for the people watching, not the people playing. All right, very funny. Rank was like a random event in game. I mean, it's funny. Yeah. Patak, you know, they did kind of realize with the comm drop when that was happening, these free for all changes or these transport changes need to happen. And Meow's not random though, guys. Like we were saying Meow's Meow's just not random. He's very consistent, actually. You can see the moment you know what he's gonna do. You know where he is. You know everything about him. The moment you spot core vehicles, you know immediately who it is. Raxel took a game off Bloatier. Oh, that's probably an interesting game. I'm curious how that played out. Oh, Vetter also took a game off of Teddy. 2-1. Teddy 2-1 Vetter. Signal took a game off Barcast. Man. There's some interesting 2-1s here. I'm curious how these sets went. So, it's looking like Teriyaki, or I think Greco said he had to leave. So he won't be able to do the whole thing. But now it's also like Spody and Zhao don't want to postpone it. So maybe, boys, we might be out of games. I don't know. We'll have to see. We might be out of games. Game was well played by Raxel. Look, somebody might have to sneak some 1v1 replays in my DMs, okay? Maybe some good games. I like watching the competitive 1v1s that go, like, that are interesting. Interesting competitive 1v1s. Those are very fun to watch. Very fun to play, I'm assuming, but also fun to watch. We'll play it out. Oh my god, there's hope. There's hope. There's hope. It looking like we might get more games. Oh god. However long it takes to figure it out. I kind of want to see Prismatic Anomaly. I know we haven't seen it yet in any of these games. But it is one of, like, the better looking maps, I think, that has been released in a very long time. There's just something about this, like dark sand with the pyramids coming out of it. It's just so cool looking. It's so cool looking. Such a it's just an interesting map. I've never actually played it. I just realized, now that I think about it, I've never actually played this map, but it's very cool looking. Yeah, I'd have to restart. I mean, I could next Factor. I just have to restart the stream, right? And I mean, I don't have anything set up for it either. Oh my god, Aiden, holy, just blasting me with the replays. You know what? You followed directions. Well done. I did ask for it. They're Falendel? I didn't even see Falendel was in this pool. Oh god, Falendel is. I have so much trauma on that map from the last 2v2 tournament. Oh my god, actual trauma. The bracket continues. There's hope. There's hope. We're doing it. Wait, why am I being... What? Look, we got there. Hot Stepper? Wait, Hot Stepper? Wait. There's no way. Wait, I gotta go look. There's no world Hot Stepper. Wrong pool? That's 2v2? Okay. I was gonna say, like Hot Stepper? Hot Stepper and BPL, I would be going to Barcast and shaking his hand, right? That sounds like a clown fiesta, and that is so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Holy, let me see, where are these maps at? It's in his format tab, right? Yeah, Paradise Lost, Pools, Aurelia, Falendel, Gasbag, Mithro Mountains, Atago, and 1v1. Okay, Prismatic and then Cold Place. You know, I haven't seen Tago 1v1. I don't... It really, now that I think about it, it does not have that many mexes. It's kind of... How big is that map? 18 by 12? That's not even that big. I mean, it's big for a 1v1 map. That's definitely big, but I've never seen this 1v1. That's interesting. You know what? I don't know. I'm down to watch either one of these guys. Any of these 4 teams are all really good. Who do we think? Anybody have any preference who we want to watch? Like, we got the Greco Teriyaki versus Chisato 8D. We got Auto Slick versus Zhao Spody. They're playing DSD again. It's up to you guys. We could stay here. We could stay and watch. They're doing another DSD game. And if nobody decides, we might just sit here and put our feet up. Me versus all of them? That'd be a quick game. That'd be a quick game. Put LDM in the middle. No, let's put Patak in the middle. Yeah, no. So do you have a? Are you getting a sub, Greco? Is that what's happening? Or are you and Teriyaki having to like step out? I got Lewis. Okay, I see. I see. But still, good games, man. It's pretty fun. And it looks like we're continuing. Another DSD game. I wish we had seen a little bit more of that the auto slick versus just auto AD, right? No, versus Greco and Teriyaki, because that snipe at the end on both commanders was well executed. Yeah, that's fair. To change thumbnail. What? What? What does that mean? How do you change does restarting the stream not change the thumbnail? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Look, only if I get Patak's secret mod powers so I can start dropping nukes on people sprinting at me. That's the only way the LDM in the middle doesn't end in 3 minutes. Maybe not even that. Even YouTube thumbnail, like, I don't think I can change that. Not on the live screen. Hold on, I can go look. Oh god, it's fighting me. Oh. Wait. How do I... Uh-oh. How do I... Look, we got a moment, or... Wait, I can't actually... Webcam? No. Manage? No. I have... You know what? I have no clue. I see that there is a thumbnail on the YouTube one, and I have no idea how to change it. That's a good sign, right? I'm looking. I don't actually see an option. I know how to change like it for like a normal video. Well, we're going. Unfortunately, it may say 50K celebration on the YouTube live. That's a lie, okay? That is a lie. I don't know how to change that. Oh my god. We're getting there. We got, I'm curious what build we're going to see here. As I think, if I remember right, when we saw the catch-up between these guys and the Germans, we did see it was like a one-lab build where Slick just uses commander to commander expand to grab mexes. And he just was a bit more of a battery play at the start. And we definitely saw that from Zhao and Spody, where Zhao was a little bit more battery and Spody was making, you know, core bots from the back. This time going core vehicle in the south. Interesting. It just says TM Cup 2v2. Maybe we're fine then. Maybe we're fine. I don't know. That's a good sign. Then we're probably fine. Because I was looking at the thumbnail for this stream. Like the actual like picture. And it looked like it said 50K event. But I'm just going to trust that we're okay. I'm going to trust that we're okay. And if not, Patak can come yell at me. He can come yell at me. Maybe I should be in a channel where he can come yell at me if that is necessary. You know what? We're gonna go, we're gonna do that. There you go. He can come yell at me. It says 50K members in thumbnail. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, I don't know, actually not. I don't know how to change that. Look, that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. There's probably a way to do it. Look, DM. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's what I see as well. I was looking through the settings while we were waiting for this game to start, and I could not actually see how to change that. Well, the LLT here will totally deny any sort of harassment. Oh, so Zhao did open his own lab this time, actually, and went arm bots to try and get some tick harass going, but every single tick actually just died to the combo of LLTs there. Now, Slick has a rascal coming across. Who's yelling at me? Well, nobody yet, but Patak very likely will yell at me because I don't know how to actually change a YouTube thumbnail on a live stream. I don't know how to do that. I couldn't find the option anyway. Well, the Rascal here, well microed, will be quite awkward for these ticks to deal with. As, you know, ticks can't quite catch it, and the Rascal can cut it. Oh my god. This is so frustrating when this is happening, and this thing's... Oh, it's actually gonna die. It should die. Well, Slick's Rascal unfortunately losing the 1v1. Ooh. Well microed here. The ticks are actually very much so going to struggle to fight into this. But... Look, we will, after the game, I will attempt to change the thumbnail. You know, now that people are actually throwing me the instructions on how to do so. We will see what happens. I will attempt to do it after the game. Well, the Rascals are going to shoot away, but that is a pretty massive amount of incisors from Otto heading across the map. They will get scouted, it looks like. You know, Spodey will see that this is happening. If his... Yeah, he does see the massive amount of incisors coming. Although these Rascals from Otto has killed a Con and a Mex on the southern side, which is kind of brutal. Hard to lose that. With another one... Oh, gonna get reclaimed. Did not manage to get any more damage done. Ooh, this very large amount of incisors coming across. Otto's gonna split some off to defend, but the rest are gonna go forward and try and see if they can't get some damage done. Khan getting harassed, but the Rascals will get cleaned up. Oh, 2 more Rascals getting in is so unfortunate. Anytime these get in on these undefended mechs is just... It's just so much economy is just going to go down. It's just too hard to defend if you're not there stopping them from getting in. Oh, Otto is going to manage to defend against that incisor push. Ooh. Spodey, I think, is looking at the Rascals in the north, not this push in the south. And is probably going to lose another Constructor in this southern position. Oh, just barely doesn't manage to get out of there, as Otto was not microing. And frankly, I think they're going to be able to just drive out, as there's not really enough incisors here to kill them. Another incisor run by Spodey is going to get totally shut down by Otto's defense. Slick is making the Geo at the moment, just using his commander to expand and grab mexes. Oh, Zhao does have quite a large pawn blob building up on the north. Well, if we look army value-wise, it's pretty heavily favoring the red team, as there are a lot of incisors out of the map. Otto with good reaction time, not going to let those pawns slip by, as they will run through these LLTs so quickly. Pawns with their insane DPS will just absolutely murder those LLTs. And if they get in and they get on your economy, it is beyond game over. Well, looks like we're in a bit of a little stalemate moment. Both teams just trying to get their mexes up, play a little defensive, not lose huge amounts of their economy. It's going to be a bit of a large... actually, Spodey pretty hard outnumbered in the incisor count in the south. Although Otto kind of, with the incisors pretty strung out, he might actually get caught and lose a decent amount of them before they manage to ball up. Although, even then, these numbers are relatively even. Sniping another mex. Oh, even losing some to the pawns from Zhao. As Zhao's making some rocket bombs, he's going to start pressuring Slick's front door. You know, denying that Geo would be quite big. You know, we did say pawns running through LLTs pretty quick. Incisors also pretty good at just kind of running over defense like this, as they kind of just are pretty tanky. They just don't really care. Another expansion goes down for the blue team. Yeah, the incisor numbers are starting to get caught up a bit for Spodey. He should be able to start pushing back this aggressive push from Otto. Although brutes and pounders are coming out for Otto, as well as a little something special being cooked. You know, Slick has a he can hold this for quite a. There's not that many rocket bots, and while like the LLTs will start dying quite quickly to these rocket bots, he has enough to hold it at bay for a bit. Another incisors getting in, sniping more mexes. Oh, it's gonna actually get cleaned up there. Oh, looks like Auto is hitting the go button. Maybe? Nope. They're just doing circles. Never mind. I lied. They're doing circles. And I lied twice. He is hitting the go button. Good D-guns from Spodey. Kills a lot of incisors, actually. A lot of incisors just died there from Auto as he was I think, looking at his base at the moment. Oh, the air gets scouted. The scout goes across. I would not be surprised. Yeah, we're getting nettles dropped down very quickly. Although none from Zhao, actually, at the moment. Just Spodey. Bombers get spotted. And there are a lot of thistles actually down. 4 thistles down, and lashers being made. These bombers are very likely not going to get an insane amount of damage done, as they're going to maybe kill some wins, but they're pretty good spreads for Spodey, and a decent amount of AA. Means these bombers are not going to get as much done as they would like. Kills 2 mexes. 1 bomber gets out? 1 bomber gets out, which is actually very annoying that 1 bomber gets out, as it still gives them the ability to start bombing a whole lot of mexes. Or actually, he's just going to go for Zhao's wins. A little less spread is actually going to get a little bit of value, but we'll go down. Overall, bombing it wasn't a huge commitment of bombers, but I don't think it got as much done as he definitely wanted with how much of that bombing run is supposed to be a surprise. You know, Slick, with his few units that he's been gifted, is doing as much as he can to stall this. Although this LLT is going to be kind of annoying for Zhao to deal with, as the commander just built it much quicker. The size is getting cleaned up by exploiters, I'm assuming. Yep. And Auto has a tier 2 tank lab was actually finished by Auto already, and banishes are being passed out to one to Slick, and I'm assuming he's gonna micro his own while he macros behind it. Spodey has his own tier 2 lab as well. I'm curious what his decision is gonna be with this lab. You know, we saw Auto has, you know, he handed out the banishers. He's gonna be a little annoying with these banishers while he macros. Now we're going right for cons with Spodey, right for cons. Which, you know, it might be a little bit quicker getting their tier 2 mexes up, which, as we all know, is very important. But the banishers are going to be kind of annoying to deal with this early. As, you know, unless they're poorly microed, it's going to be a little annoying to deal with, well, a very, very powerful skirmish unit. Very hard to catch with tier 1. Does a lot of damage. Slick's he's just holding this off as long as he can. If he can hold off long enough for the banisher to get here, and then the scorpion to go up. Ooh, reclaiming the brutes to actually fund the AGO and the tier 2 like mexes for Auto. Pretty confident that once the one banisher gets up here, he'll be safe. One Lasher and a Dream. If this AGO pops, this is actually incredibly dangerous for the red team. Although Slick's commander should be able to solve this for quite a while if it's just rocket bots with good micro. And the banisher arrives and the shot is out, and I'm curious what Zhao's decision is going to be here, as all of a sudden this looks much harder to push. Yeah, opting to back off, not deciding to deal with it. Maybe going to wait for Slick to overcommit with the banisher and jump on it. Ooh, air lab drop from Zhao. Interesting. Let's see what he builds with that. You know, Auto is starting to pressure with his banisher. A few tigers out for Spodey, which, you know, these tigers will do okay into banishers. They're much faster than bulls, so they'll handle it a little bit easier. Ooh, unfortunate catch with that banisher. Another scouting run coming out from Auto. I'm gonna assume, see, well, everything. Although these scouts actually stop in the most awkward spot. Well, the banisher will kill that one. Yeah, Otto will see the tier 2 mechs is going up. He did spot all the tigers in front of him, so he kind of knows what he's dealing with. The AGO advantage for the red team is actually quite big at the moment. Putting them in a pretty solid energy lead. Although the thing with DSD is that Geo, while it's really nice, it is actually kind of annoying to defend, as it is very far forward, and frankly very easy to bomb. But we'll have to see if anybody manages to kill that, especially because once it dies, it opens the front door for any sort of economy or like follow-up attack. Well, the Tigers are going to get shuried, slowly killed by these brutes. You know, Zhao making fighters is going to start trying to kill these shuris, but I mean, the Tigers are dead. The push has stopped. We have another push building up on the south from like a combined Zodi Spow. Zodi Spow. Wow. Spody Zhao actually just butchered both their names. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. We're combining players' names. That's a very good sign. We have a lot of banishers out actually from Otto, but they're kind of unprotected. The pawns are getting on top of them. Oof, that team kill from that banisher. Very unfortunate. Overkills the wreck too. No ability to res it. These are not cheap units. Losing one of these to a team kill is very painful. Well, we'll have to see where we go from here, as it looks like Otto has turned on the unit printer. Zhao does have his tier 2 AGO is built and cooking, frankly, although it is very undefended. Single banisher, basically all that's standing between him and losing this Geo. Which it is kind of looking like Slick's getting ready for a pretty aggressive play here with the grunt flood plus banisher. As this is possibly one of the worst units to deal with this, as well, banishers just kind of don't handle spam at all. Ooh, Otto handing out fun toys to Slick. I have a feeling I know what he's gonna do with those as well, but we'll have to see. Well, the banisher will open the front door, and the grunts will start leaking in. And if they get on top of this AGO, hell, if the banisher gets in range of this AGO, it will kill it very quickly. Who's now going for a little sneaky comb bomb. Gonna maybe try and degun some of these grunts, although it's not looking like he's gonna reach it. Is gonna get on top of the AGO.
Commander destroyed.
Killed the. Wait, commander destroyed. Wait, Otto died? Otto just died at some point, so Slick needs to run his commander out of there. Where did Otto die? Wait. No, other way around. Spody died. Never mind. Spody died to Otto. Okay, totally reversed. So Zhao was actually the last commander alive. In an incredible amount of danger, actually. As there's a banisher and grunts pushing him. He could die very easily here if his commander gets caught by this banisher. He's only a couple shots away from death. Oh my god, that banisher team kill. Very unfortunate. Now, Zhao does have tier 2 air, so he has some options here, but I mean, banishers aren't exactly bad at playing as anti-air. Oh, Slick has to be very careful. The D-guns here need to be very good. Oh no. Good micro from Zhao. He's actually gonna catch Slick, I think. Oh my god. So close to dying there. Oh, bombers coming in, although they are gonna run into the only flak tank on the map. We'll spot the tier 2 air lab. Gonna just try and bomb some wins and get some value. So close to popping Slick there. Would have been incredibly unfortunate if Slick died. Slick has to run it, and the banisher's getting caught. That pawn run by actually might have just saved Zhao. And I will say the bombers, I don't think got nearly as much done as they needed to. The AGO death here does put the blue team in a pretty hefty energy deficit comparatively, as Otto has been spamming fusions behind this. It is actually kind of looking like the blue-green team is struggling to spend their metal again, as the loss of that energy means scaling BP is quite a bit harder. Otto ate his tank lab, multiple fusions, and is now going to Tier 2 air lab, where Slick is actually dropping the tank lab himself, looking like he wants to be hard aggressive on this side of the map. And frankly, there are a lot of grunts here. I mean, Zhao needs to be very careful still, as he is the blue team's last commander and really doesn't have that many units here. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. I mean, Slick spotted him too. He saw the last commander right there. He knows he's here with good micro here. Zhao is in massive danger of dying. It's borderline. This is so dangerous. Like, this is very similar to the old matchup of grunts versus pawns. If you just kite, they can never catch. Looking like all the pawns end up going down. Tier 2 mechs going down, and Zhao is totally exposed. The claw here, Mike. Oh my god, almost killed the banisher. Oh, Slick kind of grouping up, not gonna get the micro he needs, I think, to actually pop this commander. Good D-guns from Zhao. Very scary situation. Although Slick having the Tier 2 lab here, making units, he will be able to replace all that he's losing here. The Tsar is coming. More banishers are coming. This banisher will die. Very large Tiger Ball in front of Otto. He's going to start moving forward, but I mean, there's 4 banishers here. We'll definitely kite this down. What are we making? We're making wasps. Yeah, Zhao had it under control. He wasn't worried. He knew he could degun that. The Tigers, on top of this, are going to kill Tier 2 mechs, but the impulse from the Banishers, denying them a lot of their speed advantage, fully stopping them. And now with the Wasps out, if they kill the flak tank, these Tigers are... Oh, Banishers actually kind of got melee range of those Tigers. A little dicey. But the Wasps will clean this up. And just like that, a pretty large... I mean, this is all resible. The Tier 2 mechs are resible. This is almost a metal donation, a pretty large metal donation at that, as these Tigers are not cheap. Much metal. We have 4,000 metal on the ground, nearly 5,000 metal on the ground. And all these Tigers are going to get cleaned up, and I mean, the economic difference is so in favor of Red Team that they can't even really make that many Tier 2 fighters to contest. Well, Slick will spot that the AGO has been rebuilt, and this poor Tsar is slowly waddling up the hill. So close to getting in range. And once the Banisher Tsar gets in range of this AGO, well, the door will be open again. Otto making a forward bulwark behind this push, although he's totally in just making air at the moment and macroing behind this. All the aggression, I'm assuming, is going to be on this side of the map. Ooh. The Tsar is going to start shooting, and all of a sudden these pawns are no longer going to be the answer. Well, Zhao going for the Tier 2 raid, jammer. Going to try and do some cloak D-gun things, although he has to be very careful. He's standing right next to this AGO, and he is this team's last commander. If this AGO pops with him right there, Zhao will die. He's going for the sneaky D-guns with the Tier 2 jammer. Although Slick already preemptively microing. Oh, I think Zhao is committed. Oh, the D-guns. He has his pawns, but he's going to die. Just like that. Blue team is dead. It's very dangerous in these 2v2s. When your teammates' commanders die, it's very dangerous. As a commander is very important, and losing access to it because you're afraid of dying is just brutal. I'm curious, is the other game going? Last game ended, so they did end. All right, so let's swap to the challenge. We'll see. Wait, okay, hold on. I should actually fix the YouTube thing while I'm thinking of it. I feel like, you know what I mean? How do I do this? Okay. Ah, I see. What does TM stand for? I've heard Trackmania. I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not. That might have been a meme. I would not be shocked if that's a meme. It also could be troll mode. I don't know. I also heard that. Don't know if that's true or not. So okay, I'm figuring it out. We're learning how to do this. We'll go live. Okay. Details. Okay. Can I not just remove this thumbnail? Can I not change? I can't remove. Wait, what? I don't have a thumbnail to put in there. It won't let me just remove this? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is there like a generic bar image I could put in that? I don't I don't know what that. I'm trying to figure this out live. Alright. I'm failing. Miserably failing. There's gotta be a generic bar image somewhere. I don't know if there is, actually, now that I think about it. Look, I'm shocked I can't just remove this thumbnail and have the auto-generated one, actually. Like, I can change it to something or I can download it, but I can't actually change this thumbnail. Which is very funny to me that that's how that works. That makes no sense, but that's how that works. Well, make it on Paint. Make one on Paint. God. Oh, that would be, look, my drawing skills are not great, boys. Okay, they're not great. What is this? Oh, wait, can I do, maybe that'll work? Can you send me that on Discord? Marco, can you send me that? Like an actual downloaded version of that? Or like you know. Like I'd put that in there. I don't know. Cuz I don't think I can just get, oh maybe I can. Okay, you know what? You know what? Screw it. We're trying it. While they're figuring out the next game, we're figuring it, we're doing it. I can make this work. I don't know if this will work. This might not work, boys. We're trying. Oh shit, that's not gonna, oh god, that's not gonna work. Okay. So I do that, this. Oh god, that looks so bad. No, actually, that doesn't look too bad. You know what? There. We're gonna generic Cortex Commander. Thumbnail has been changed. Patak cannot yell at me now. He literally cannot yell at me. We're locked in. No, we're not drawing. No, I'm not breaking out Paint. I'm not gonna start drawing a thumbnail. That's crazy. Oh my god. There's no way. Can you imagine? Holy. Actually, no way. Look, I want to go see how the other guys are doing. We got it. Now it's just a grunt. We just get a Cortex Commander. We get to see the Cortex Commander. It looks fine. It's totally, totally fine. Actually saved. My god. Let's see. My god. Wait, that's actually so good? Can I save this? That looks so good. Can I I wonder if I can, that might be too high res for YouTube. We'll have to see. I might have to like, it's gonna take too long to downscale that though, right? Like, save image. What? Why are you fighting me? Oh my god, I saved it there. That's why. Okay. I'm an idiot. Nice. Will that work? Oh, because it's portrait. It's actually so much worse. Oh, oh, it's actually so much worse. Oh man, you made poop thumbnail? Wait, what? Did you? Wait, Bar Pro League? Wait, that's actually perfect. All right, we'll take that, X Factor. That's way better. That's way better. For if we do BPL, okay? Which it depends on whenever this ends. Wait, okay, Ban Reef, DST Prismatic. We got 2 Prismatic. We get to see it. Nice. Look, the Cortex Commander one was perfect, bro. It was perfect. We got like we get to it's actually perfect. We get to show like the best faction in the game. We get to it fits well. It's not too big. Literally doesn't say anything whatsoever, which is definitely a little awkward. But I mean, I could pull out paint and probably just slap like TM Cup on it and call it a day. Best? Look, I don't want to say it, but Cortex, that 50K event, guys, I don't know. Cortex won almost every game. I don't know. You tell me. The stats don't lie. You can't see what we're doing. All I'm doing is changing the YouTube live thumbnail. That's all I'm changing at the moment. As it was still apparently showing the thumbnail from the 50K event. So hopefully now the thumbnail should be showing the Cortex Commander in all its red glory. The unit rework, the proposed units rework. I wonder if I could bring that up real quick. Let's see, because this is looking like this rework very likely will be going live. As it has been quite popular, quite a popular rework. Let's see. Okay, hold. I think we got him. We have a minute anyway while they figure things out. Co-op map? Yeah, I would say this is. Oh, I say we have a minute. Well, while they're loading in, I could very quickly swap over. So basically, this is mexes, tankier. Constructors for bots, tankier. Turrets, build quicker. Commander, more energy. Factories are just better. They're cheaper. They have more build power. You know, the Whistlers, Lashers are pretty solidly nerfed. Grunts, slight buff. Blitzes, slight buff. Starlights, pretty massive nerf. Bulls nerfed. Jags nerfed. Zars nerfed. Sprinters buffed. Termites got a buff. You know, these poor termites. AA bots actually might be good. Tier 2 A bots might be good. Shockingly. Juggernauts. Zoomy boys now. They're very fast. And flagships, I have literally no idea. It's a nerf, probably. I don't actually know. The amount of C that I've done is not great. So I'm just going to assume that's a nerf, but... Alright, how we looking? Prismatic Anomaly. Now this one we saw quite often in faction wars, right? We saw this pretty common map to get played. I would not be surprised if we see one lab play. Like, we saw a couple games where it was 2 lab play, but the majority of the games were 1 lab. 1 lab in the middle was the majority of games. It shows glitchy, blocky artifacts on YouTube on the best comm. That's so typical. That's so typical. Look, Barcode. If you found the exact same thing you sent me, where it had the like the nice, pretty banner, but it was like landscape instead of portrait, that would be perfect. But at the same time, you know, I've done the best that I am able with the time that I have. What a pretty map. It is. It is a very pretty map. You know what? While they're figuring out their labs, you know, Otto's got his core vehicles. Chisato, he's got his arm vehicles. Everybody else, look at this. Look at this. Look at these cool pyramids. What an awesome design. Like, look at that. Oh my god, I didn't see, oh my god, look at the background. That's so good looking. Very good. Well done, map. Best of 3. These games are best of 1s. Although considering the map pool, that is for our own benefit. Some of these maps are so big. Some of these maps are so big that best of 1 feels like a best of 5. Auto sending his scouts out, scaling BP. I'm assuming we're going to see a pretty similar build. You know, Chisato. Oh. Actually, way more aggressive build from Chisato. No BP at all, going right into blitzes. So the pyramids guard stargates. It's definitely possible. I don't wanna confirm nor deny, but it is definitely possible. MacGyver might be involved even. We don't know. He could be here. He could be here. Well, this like hard aggro build from Chisato. I don't know if that might have seen the blitzes. I don't know if he did or not. I mean, he's scaling BP, but the blitzes are going to hit basically as he's inside. He might be able to get incisors out in time to stop this. It's going to be close. Okay, we're too top down. It's going to kill me. Yeah, the blitzes are hitting. AT's getting rovers on the backline. Going to snipe some mexes, but the blitzes are on top of the lab. They're going to kill the LLT. Where's he targeting? He's targeting the con turrets. Oh, enormous D-gun! Actually kills almost every single blitz at the cost of one mex. Absolutely enormous D-gun. That was like precision instrument that man just used that D-gun as. That was absolutely impressive. Killed only his own mechs at the cost of 4 blitzes. Very well done. Well, it is looking like Chisato's getting a little bit of return harass, although he has not lost anything yet. More blitzes are across the map. Official matches ever do metal maps? I don't believe so. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. Especially not tournament map, not tournament games. And this is kind of, you know, while this is a little bit more of a casual tournament, it is, you know, a little bit like these guys are still being a little sweaty. They have their metal bars, their share sliders down. Well, Mex does go down on the side of Auto and Slick, but oh, actually, there looks like it should get another one. Might even get the con. Well, the Mex dying will kill the rover. And the con should die. Ooh, AT well microed. Getting on the other side of the con. Does manage to kill it. Well, we have more leaks coming in from Chisato. A lot more rovers and blitzes. Another Mex is going to go down. Might even get another constructor here, depending on the path Chisato takes. And he is taking the path towards... Oh, nope, he swapped it. Ooh. Not gonna manage to get a Mex. Akumar beat Teddy. I don't actually know who Akumar is, but beating Teddy 2-1 is definitely like, that's impressive. A lot of incisors here. Which will shoot Chisato away. Blitz is with this new balance much faster, although that one deciding to drive up the pyramid in the worst way imaginable. Funny enough, the mexes are buffed, right? If we go look, 270 HP. They are buffed. But my god. Dude, they still die so quickly. Well, the last Chisato not really managing to find any damage done with these blitzes. Like I compared it earlier to mexes currently without the patch, or like paper. With the patch, they become cardboard, and that definitely feels accurate. As they're still basically paper, they're just... Oh, that's so unlucky. They're just less paper than they were. You know, a lot of mexes have actually died on the side of Auto and Slick, although a lot of blitzes have also died, leaving Reclaim on that side of the map, which is not great. They have done a good amount of damage in return for how much Reclaim they're leaving on that side of the map. As Chisato has been naked expanding behind this and has not lost any of his mexes. Yeah. Oh, AT did lose a mex in the back there, but has not managed to replace it. A big counterattack from Auto. Very likely will kill multiple mexes here, as one LLT will not stop that many incisors. 5 incisors. We'll have to see how that's doing. As Slick is also trying on the other side to counterattack against Chisato, although there are quite a few blitzes in front of it. Ooh, nope, not gonna get the mech self-D. 1 ply to 2 ply. Yeah, that feels accurate. Now Blitz is getting a good surround a bit on these incisors. With their new speed increase, you know, they can trade into this a little bit better. Although it's still a little bit disadvantaged, though they have a massive unit advantage here. Ooh, multiple solars going down, and mechs is a lot. Like this whole expansion dying is actually quite brutal for the red team. Losing a decent chunk of their energy generation, as well as the 4 mexes. And Otto is going to catch another constructor, very likely. Ooh. Yeah, just barely. He is going to manage to kill that constructor. We have another run by from Chisato. Very likely will just speed past this LLT. Will not do anything to stop these. Ooh, the self-D gets 2 blitzes. Closely to well-timed to catching all the blitzes there. It was a good attempt from Slick. We have some looking like Rascal's getting, or Rover's getting the backline, although they will unfortunately drive into the LLT. There are quite a few naked mexes here, so that was quite unfortunate that they died like that. ET has been gifted a decent amount of blitzes here to counterattack into Otto. Ooh, Otto's kind of half health. He's a little low HP, but I mean it's blitzes and incisors. You know, these things are quite hard to snipe commanders with. Their turn rate not making it quite as easy as sniping commanders with bots, but Chisato has swapped to making stouts, which while the incisors will just kind of drive away and just keep looking for economy to kill, and we're gonna grab a couple mexes for their trouble. Oh, this expanding con, reclaiming the corpse of its predecessor, is very likely going to join it in death in a moment, as these incisors are going to hit it, and Slick is going to commit to kill it. More incisors in the front door of Chisato's base, although they are kind of running into stouts. Stouts are going to not great, I feel like, at killing these incisors, but they will kind of do the job. In fact, the stouts kind of lost like 2 stouts to that. Is a little crazy, but incisors are kind of getting in the back line. It's gonna try and snipe the mechs. Will not quite get it. We have another run by happening on the east side. Ooh, I just saw something shared in the chat. All right, Otto aiding the tank lab, going for Banshee play. Very similar to what we saw in Faction Wars, except in Faction Wars we were seeing a lot of Mosquito play. It's like these air lab swap to make Mosquitoes, but the Banshee's going to be a total surprise here, and it's actually looking like Otto is setting up to snipe AD, maybe? AD no radar, actually has no vision of these coming. No, yeah, Otto does not see AD. He's going past him. Well, the Banshees are now spotted, and Otto hits the go button. At this point, your goal: snipe every mechs imaginable, all over the map, everywhere you can. You want to see a mechs and kill it. And Slick doing the same thing, gonna just fly around sniping mexes. Enormous economic damage getting done if these Banshees are microed properly. Multiple mexes have gone down already, and even more are continuing to go down. Watching the medal incomes of these 2 teams, blue team is wildly ahead, and that is only getting worse. Forced to make whistlers to deal with these Banshees. Well, it'll work. It's really not the situation you wanna be in. Oh, grouping up the Banshees actually almost lost both of them. Oh my god, he's trying to mute and micro them. That's crazy. This isn't StarCraft. you don't want to stack your banshees. Auto splitting up sniping mexes. Quite a lot of stouts on the map. If we look at the minimap, there are quite a lot of stouts out. And not a lot of. I mean, we've got some pounders in return actually, pounders and brutes, but that is a lot of army kind of barreling down towards Slick, and not a lot of army in return. Well, he has just been gifted quite a few medium tanks that are on their way. Now, the Banshees you can see on the minimap are kind of still going. There's one left that just killed another Mex, but it is looking like that is going to be shut down. Pretty massive Mex advantage for the blue team at the moment. I'll have to see if they can defend this push. Oh, I see a tier 2 lab and a fusion. Yeah, with their knowing that they have a metal advantage, dropping a tier 2 lab, getting the consistent energy going that they're going to need to really start booming their mexes and making units. Whereas, you know, the red team feels like they're a little more pressured. They need to keep making tier 1 units. Well, it looks like we're defending quite well with what tier 1 units we have left. Although 8D is massively pushed up, actually denying even some of the blue team mexes. That's actually a fair point. Stacking the Banshees as he did was stopping the Banshees from auto micro or rotating into AA. Which is a fair point. Just auto making quite a lot of stouts here. Even opting for to mix in some A solars. Whereas it looks, just looking at the energy economy, I'm gonna have to guess Auto has finished his fusion, and I'm pretty sure I just saw Czar pop out of that lab. Yeah, I do see a Czar popping out of that lab on the minimap. And that Czar is gonna be a bit of an eye-opening moment, I think, for the red team, is when it finally sinks in exactly how far behind they are. They have to know that they're behind just based off of how much damage they know the Banshees did to them, but the Czars, I think, will really sink it in that they are in trouble. Ooh, big, kind of a sneaky push here. The pyramid blocking the radar, actually hiding this army. And Chisato, wait, he did the move command where they all move at the same speed. So they actually snuck in, and now he's spreading out. He's going. And there is nothing to defend this. This is incredibly dangerous. The pyramid actually fully blocked the vision of this happening, and there are no units here to defend this. We have Tigers coming out. But I mean, Tigers will not kill this many stouts that quickly. This is a very dangerous moment. Chisato is staying pretty spread, not opting to go for the main base. To spot the Tigers. Will catch the tier 2 cons, expanding out, grabbing the mexes, and is actually going to curve in towards the base. Ooh, Otto dropping a core air lab for sure. He's hoping that he can EMP this whole army, but there's a decent amount of whistlers behind it. And the Shuris are very quickly going to get shot down, and the stouts are getting on top of the economy. They could start popping BP, but there's a decent amount of Tigers out now, but Conturts could start dying. And if we look at his targeting, he is targeting them down. Losing this BP is painful. Oh, man. A little bit of counter damage done, but definitely dicey. They spot the commander in the base. And are pinging it. And they're pinging both commanders. I wonder if we're going to see something spicy. Another huge push on the west side with the tier 1 stout, like 18 stouts. There are a decent number of Tigers out now, and Otto is rescaling BP, but blue team is losing a lot of map control. If we look at the mini map, it is just kind of entirely red. It is. And while blue team does have a decent amount of, they have a few tier 2 mexes, and they have a fusion. There's a lot of tier 1 mex advantage on the red team. Now that being said, blue team is about 10,000 metal produced, but they are They're losing solars. They're losing mexes. And it's just, I mean, the Sherrys are going to start EMP in this, and unfortunately no friendly Whistlers this time to save this. But blue team is reduced to essentially just their starting mexes. There's very little map control. Chisato has a fusion of his own, tier 2 lab. He's going to start booming tier 2 mexes. And the Tsar is not getting the damage it needs to. For how much damage is being done by red team, the Tsar is not getting the damage it needs to do. Otto having to force to move his commander, although yeah, he's just moving to reclaim solars. He's also in position to catch these scouts should they keep moving. Tiger's gonna start raiding on the east side. Well, the air cons will be able to fly around and start reclaiming, you know, a lot of the wrecks that are now on scattered around blue team's back line. Another Tsar, another Tiger push, gonna start pressuring the west side of the map. Let's see. Our fusion's done. We have tier 2 cons going out in multiple directions, and we're in bull production. We're gonna start making bulls. We're gonna start trying to fight in this. Although, as we discussed earlier, bulls not a great answer into Tsars, as Tsars do kind of eat them for breakfast when they build up. Core vehicle pretty strong into arm vehicle until it hits the Starlight phase, and then it starts looking a little dicey. Even then, Tigers pretty good unit. I've heard pretty good, not bad. We have a nice run by. A couple brutes gonna start sniping mexes. Might catch a tier 2 con, although Chisato is reacting in time and is gonna try and micro it out of danger. As losing the tier 2 con is very expensive and kind of frustrating when that happens. Ooh, here come the good D-guns maybe. Oh, Chisato trying to be greedy. He wants more tigers. 1 tiger, 2 tigers. He gets 3 tigers for his trouble. Although he does spot the. I'm surprised the Tsar is not going to turn and try and kill him. Oh, the bulls are coming out. I'm going to start cleaning up. Oh, losing a tier 2 max is brutal. And all of that, just like that, all of the map advantage that red team possessed just disappears. In fact, nobody owns the majority of the map at this point. And red team's metal production just plummets, absolutely plummets. Chisato having to bring his commander back a little bit. Does not want to run into this Tsar, as this will very quickly kill his commander. AD is beamer creeping Otto in this whole time, which is definitely funny considering there's a Tsar like 2 feet from him. A little dangerous what AD's doing there, a little dangerous, but I respect it. Oh, Chisato popping out of Starlight, eating his solars as he kind of metal stalls and needs a little influx of income. Otto, 2 fusions, decent amount of tier 2 mexes, although he is not going as quickly as he wants to, I'm assuming, as there's, you know, once again, core vehicle, you know, upgrading tier 2 mexes having no engineer is a little brutal. It's a little brutal. Chisato using a console to retake the tier 1 mexes, you know, just to have the income, as tier 1 mexes are probably one of the best buildings in the game, if not the best building in the game. And it's stabilizing a little bit. It's slowing down a little bit, but it's only slowing down because both teams are trying to macro a bit. They're trying to get their tier 2 mexes up as quickly as they can, get their fusions up, which is, you know, it's looking like blue team is decently ahead as red team is still on a single fusion, queuing up the second one now. There's a couple starlights out. And this is where, you know, it becomes a little bit of strategy to actually catch this with core vehicle, as fighting up straight up with starlights, not great. Baiting the starlights in, surrounding them and killing them with tigers. Now that's a little bit harder to do, but that is how you need to catch them. Ooh, the tick bull, iconic Armada push. We've seen many years now. Many years we've seen this. Gonna be kind of awkward for these tigers to deal with. Tier 2 Geo, best building in the game. Are you sure? Tier 1 mechs? Is it more efficient than the Tier 1 mechs? Look, some number guy will tell me if that's true or not. Some number guy will tell me. Ooh, the Starlight's actually running away. Oh, with no units in front of them. Doesn't want to commit to try and stand their ground. Ooh. I mean, they're going to start shooting now. I mean, Starlight Tick is still kind of dangerous. I mean, the Salamanders are just actually popping whenever the Starlights look at them. Huge bombing run, though, on the way. 19 Tier 1 bombers. This is enough to one-shot anything here. Although there's a couple flax out, and the bombers are starting to drop. The pyramid, making them kind of path a little awkwardly, is going to kill the fusion. And did force 4 flak trucks. They're still going. They're going to try. I mean, Tier 1 bombers sniping Tier 2 mechs is not a quick process. Ooh, Starlight getting caught by grunts, actually. Oh, just barely manages to live with the combo of the Jags and the Ticks. Oh, the bombers slowly killing this Tier 2 mechs. Tiger's doing it a bit quicker. Oh, we have Tigers, we have Bulls, it looks like, on the other side, getting shurikened, killing a few Tier 1 mexes. Actually kind of surprised these are still Tier 1 mexes, considering the economic advantage, but I'm actually looking like auto-expanded forward with his Tier 2 mexes. Ooh, Czar chewing up these Bulls, absolutely tearing them apart. Just auto doesn't quite have the units to even protect his Starlight here. As the moment that Bull dies, the Starlight's going to join it. Oh man. Yeah, Jags, unfortunately, like they can't really do a whole lot into a comp like this, as they just kind of get deleted by these Vanishers. The Bulls and Ticks are coming on the other hand, and well, maybe they managed to get us around on this Czar and even force some Vanisher friendly fire. Although if Slick's got the micro, he can hold fire here, but not even necessary. As the grunts are coming, Czar does unfortunately die. Let's see how we rebuilt. We're starting to res the fusion, scaling BP. Economically, blue team is up to the 3rd fusion, and swap to armed vehicle to start making Starlights of their own. This is the most overkill EMP. That radar, not allowed to work. It's decided. Absolutely not allowed to work. Ooh, 8D being sneaky behind the pyramid. Gonna try for to live up to his 8D gun name, although, you know, he is now since renamed. A lot of rovers, a lot of grunts. Got some banishers behind it. Frankly, 90% of Chisato's army here is flak tank, which I've heard is not great for shooting ground units. Could be wrong. Could be very wrong. A lot of these grunts getting on top of some important units here. Although the Bulls will catch the Banisher. The Bull Jag actually catches the Banishers out. All the Banishers end up dying. More rovers coming in from auto to try and assist, but I mean there's Jags out. Oh, the Shuri's coming, going to start EMPing some of the Jags, although there are a decent amount of Jags, and frankly, we did see 4 flak trucks, which do make, you know, trying to use any sort of shuriken play on this army kind of impossible. Oh my god, is he doing Starlight Tiger? He is. Starlight Tiger. Cortex Armada holding hands. Although auto somewhat e-stalling actually, or was somewhat e-stalling. And not quite a new map. We did see this in Faction Wars. Very pretty map, very nice map. Well designed. visually. I don't know how it plays, as I personally have never played it, although it did seem very popular in Faction Wars. Well, Shuriken's still getting pretty massive value. And just sniping any sort of units that like leave the cover of their flak trucks. Just auto dropping more fusions, more BP, rezzing the Banishers, rezzing the Tigers, Starlights. Well, there is a kind of a scary Starlight push building up from Slick here. A lot of Starlights reinforcing up here. In fact, that's okay. That is not a small amount of Starlights are driving up here. Oh, losing flak trucks. The Rezzers are. But Chisato's e-stalling actually. He can't really shoot his Starlights. This might be death. Chisato can't shoot. He doesn't have the energy. He's sharing too much energy actually. He doesn't have the bank. Each Starlight shot is 1,000 energy. If he can hold until the 4th fusion's up, he'll have what he needs, but the Tigers are getting on top of the lab and the Starlights. They're just dying instantly. The Starlights cannot compete with this. The Ticks might be able to get onto the Starlights and kill them, but oh my god. Chisato loses like half of his BP on the lab. The Ticks are tickling down the Starlights. I didn't mean it. No pun intended. But the one Starlight dying just kills all of the Ticks. The lab is under threat now, and there's just more time. Okay, all of a sudden, like 10 more Tigers show up, and I think we're about to see a GG as Red Team is losing any ability to fight this. And the Tigers are going to get in, and Chisato's commander going down, I think will spell the end. Another fusion dies. The Starlights are chewing away at the Red Team base. AD resigns, and I'm assuming we're going to see the same from Chisato in a moment. Yep.
Commander self-destructed.
Auto and Slick. Ooh, Gantry. We're going to opt for Marauders. Interesting. Slick with a cow. Look at that. Yeah, interesting. Like, Red Team had a pretty massive map control when it came to Tier 1 mexes, but didn't quite get the damage done they needed, I think, to punish the tech that Auto and Slick got, like where they rushed to Tier 2 and then rushed to Fusion. Didn't quite get the damage done. So it is looking like the other guys are also done. Yeah, the Blitz getting stuck on the pyramid was a little unfortunate. Oh, that pathing it chose. A little unfortunate. All right, how we looking? I can't not read this name. So we didn't see those guys are looking like Hillfloss and Bebop. Both, I believe, are done, but they just haven't reported. So we have one more round. One more round of this. It'll be interesting to see. Casual Newbies and Hillfloss. We saw early, like the first set we saw. Wait. No. It was D's and Hillfloss that we saw. Casual Newbies we did not see. We didn't actually see them play. We didn't see these teams play each other, I don't think yet. If I'm remembering right. We saw like the end of one of their games, but we did not actually see their game. Fourth Fusion was greedy. Yeah, the fourth Fusion, like the E-stall, when he had like 3 Starlights coming out, and that E-stall was brutal. No, unfortunately, Slick, I cannot read out the whole name as it's gone. I can't see it now. It's just gone. Yeah, that D-gun from Auto right at the start was so clutch, actually. That like precision instrument scalpel D-gun was so clutch. Like it was actually so good. It was borderline, I think. I was borderline those blitzes were gonna do pretty good damage had that D-gun not killed 4 blitzes at the cost of his own mechs. Like that That was gonna be a lot of damage. Well, I think casual newbies versus Hillfloss. I think that's the one we'll go watch, as we didn't get to see them play each other yet. Haven't had a land scout with the Blitz. He did early. He did early. I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. I don't remember. I think they might have died, but also, like, Blitzes and Sizers have glasses on now, right? Their line of sight's a little higher. I mean, it's still decently low, right? It's still decently low, but they can actually see in front of them when they're driving now. Wait, I need to look. It's higher, but it's still kind of dangerous. Like you need to react very quickly to not get degunned. It does look so pixelated. Oh my god, I had to go look at the YouTube thumbnail. It's so ugly. Oh my god. That's so ugly. Oh no. Need to find a default thumbnail to use. Oh, that's ugly. Alright, so who's gonna leave? Like they're currently mixing and matching. We're gonna figure out who's gonna leave and join the other lobby. It's kind of funny. We started this off with every single game being big maps, like big, insane maps, and now every game we've seen has been like these tiny little like 1v1 maps almost. Artistic choice? No, it was a panic choice. I had it pointed out to me that the thumbnail was still showing the 50k event thumbnail. And yeah, that's not quite correct, as the 50k event was quite a while ago. And I found out the hard way. We don't actually have a image. I can't use like a default image, and there's no. I don't have a default image to use. Like, it's a little awkward. Oh, that's probably gonna be a good game. Bloaty or Randy on Otago. Ooh, that's a good game, I think. I need to go look. I was curious at the BP. While we're waiting for these guys, I need to go look at the BPL. I'm gonna go look at the challenge link. I'm curious. I heard Teddy got 2-1'd by somebody. Which was Akumar 2-1 Teddy. That's crazy. I don't know who Akumar is, but I do know Teddy is probably one of the best players in the game. So that's actually he's got to feel pretty good. Domino took a game off of Randy. Not bad. Man, they have like multiple rounds left. They're watching the replay. I think that was winnable for Red Team. I think that was winnable. It was a weird position where they're behind on tech, but they had way more of the map. And huge army advantage, and we're so close to like using that army advantage for massive value. It's very close. But then the tier 2 economy start like the tier 2 economy kicked in, the fusions kicked in, and the tigers kicked in. Or I guess I should say the Zars kicked in, really, but they just lost so much. So we didn't get to see these two teams fight. The Hillfloss and the casual newbies did not get to see it. And threat and base trade. Yeah, maybe not losing the whole army and just getting damage done. I don't know. Hard choice to make in the time. Banned map, it was banned, so they banned glitters. Oh my god, Special Reef, we're back. We're back. Oh lord. No, not Special Creek, the other special. Although that's another map I have not seen played. I don't think I saw. We saw a little bit. I think I saw like half of it in a 50K event. I saw half of one game on Special Creek, which is not great. You know what? That's not my cup of tea. Okay. Maybe that's just because of the Esker Creek PTSD is setting in. I don't know. Trying to think, did we? I don't think I've seen Otto and Slick on this map. We saw Teriyaki and Greco. The Greco did have to leave. I'm going to assume they're going to be just fine. I'm going to assume. Here, you love it, Esker Creek. Esker Creek. I don't know. Yeah, bad times on Esker Creek. Bad times. All right, how are we looking? It's interesting, like the difference between like a 1 lab and a 2 lab builds on a map like this. There is just so much of the map to take. I mean, I kind of get X Factor's point earlier of like 1 lab builds are better but harder to execute because there's a lot more you can fail on with a 1 lab build of like where to distribute, you know, units, you know, reacting to things as a team. It's much harder with a 1 lab build than a 2 lab build. But not to see how both these players play. Is this Auto Slick team looking mighty hard to beat? As if I'll go look at they've lost 1 game so far. They've lost a single game, and they actually lost it to these guys. Another Special Reef. Yeah, we haven't actually seen Otto and Slick on Special Reef, so it'll be interesting to see what their idea is. Going for an armed bot lab, which in the spot he's in, like there's a lot of reclaim. I'm gonna assume he's just doing that for res bots. I'm curious if Slick is gonna be. I was gonna say I'm curious if Slick's gonna be battery as he's making 2 solars before taking mexes. Slick is being a little bit more battery at the moment. Although we'll have to see what that transitions into. Yeah, Auto. 5 res are open, oh my god. Few defensive Zars. Zars are so good into those tank blobs, it's actually like they're like peak moment of just deleting big tiger balls, just eats them alive. Alright, so Lewis going core vehicle with Teriyaki's just kinda he's just booming energy for the team. Slick doing kind of the same thing. You know, Otto is how many is he making? Oh, so he's mixing a few units in there, but he's going very hard on the res bots early. Very hard on the res bots early. You want a bracket? Oh god, no, unfortunately there's no bracket command because, you know, this was a bit unplanned, but I can link it. Oh, good I actually like I really like that radar position. I'm assuming this sees. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good vision, actually. That losing the north kind of sucks, but I like that. So using the 5 res bots, they're actually reclaiming all the energy. Like each res bot going basically in a different direction to reclaim a different crystal. They're actually rushing the geo. Although I'm curious what they do after this, because they're not really expanding, right? Like if you look at it, by not really expanding, I mean they're not expanding at all. Whereas red team has multiple constructors heading out in multiple directions, as well as a whole lot of units. Like look at the minimap, there's so many red dots heading this way. So this Geo Rush has... This Geo Rush is a little dangerous. I did link it, Pashka. That's the challenge. I linked it. The TM Cup 1 that I linked. It's not beyond a reason official because I'm not logged into that account, but I guess technically I could have been, but it's a lot of work. Well, we're making BP, but there's so many rascals out. It's a little dangerous. I mean, so far there's not really. Funny thing, because they haven't expanded, there's not really mexes to kill, so they're kind of just. They're walking around. They're gonna make the sniper resbot. You don't see the link? Look, hold on. Can I? This one? Does that not pop up when I even replied? Oh god. Well. Slick is, he did manage to get a couple mexes. It hides links? Really? Does anybody else not see that? Me posting that link? Wait, because I'm a moderator on this account, so I should be able to post the link. You see the link? Weird. Why can Pashka not see it? That's weird. Well, a lot of, not really a lot of damage done, in return for this greedy Geo open. Although, if you look at the metal produced, Red Team is pretty solidly ahead as they have just been hard expanding behind this. I'm curious, the Geo, what are we going to do with this? Like, we're making blitzes at the moment. Oh god, hold on. Let's see, what does this look like? Weird. Wait, you didn't can you block people on Twitch? Maybe you blocked me. Maybe you can't see me type. I don't know, that might be it. Weird. Cuz I'm typing with my my personal account, right? Yeah, but not a whole lot of damage done against the green team. They've not actually lost any mexes. Admittedly, they didn't take that many mexes to lose, so yeah, Auto is calm expanding. Did reclaim the bot lab for the tank lab to spam blitzes, but we're getting a little bit of return damage actually. The ticks and rovers are getting in, and all these mexes are undefended. And I don't see an easy way for them to defend this, to be honest. I mean, these mexes are kind of wide. I mean, actually, they're going to idle here. The mex dying is going to weaken them pretty decently. Oh god, one more gets through. That's so sad. Pretty large. I'm assuming incisor run by? Yeah, incisor run by. Can I place it again? Sure, 1 second. Let me, look, we're going to do the forbidden trick of attaching my camera to a unit. There you go, we'll try one more time. You see it now? Nice. We got there. It's a small bracket, you know, not a lot of teams playing, but it's kind of a fun little casual tournament. A little fun one. You know, Red Team expanded substantially better. You know, a lot more mexes taken, but they are actually really struggling to defend those mexes. A lot of mexes have died on the side of the Red Team. Whereas, you know, looking at the minimap, these incisors might get some return damage, but Auto has so much time to react to these. And there are a lot of blitzes heading this way. I mean, this one little almost dead rover in the back line, it should die to this mex probably, but oh my god, no way. 2 HP? Oh my god, so many mexes have died. Well, the incisor count is quite large, but there are equal number, if not more, blitzes, and they're going to get on top of the incisors using their speed advantage. And these incisors are going to get cleaned up. APM stall means that no, they in fact... Okay, APM stall from both sides. I mean that, yes, they will in fact be cleaned up. And, oh, okay, we're opting for an air swap here. Making a lot of tier 1 cons, which I would not be surprised if these cons are going to be used to just rapidly take mechs all over the map. Now the Blitz is getting a little caught up with these incisors, but once again, their speed advantage, they should be able to get away from it. I'm really curious what we're going to see here. What, like... Using some of these cons, these tier 1 air cons to make solars. The rest, I'm assuming, are gonna... Yeah, he's gonna go fly and start taking mexes? Start taking mexes, yep. Well, the, little bit of a rascal harass there. Blitz is gonna run into the Great Wall of Exploiters. And clean these up quite quickly. My god. Pretty big incisor push in the north as well. Gonna run into an equally big pushman of blitzes. Yeah, the aircons, I believe, did fly over those rovers, so that will reveal. I'm assuming will reveal the air for blue team. Although no air lab in return or even AA. Interesting. Maybe it didn't get spotted. Maybe those rascals got cleaned up before it got spotted. The rest of these blitzes are gonna get cleaned up, it looks like. Get caught with the incisors. Oh my god. I think the turn is gonna get it caught. Another big push on the south. Although everybody's push is getting caught and cleaned up, it looks like. Nobody's managing to get in and get some real damage done. Pretty even metal produced, actually. Like they're bouncing back and forth between each other, as well as metal income. Energy blue team is pretty wildly ahead, as there is tier 2 and a fusion on the way with an AGO finished. Which, you know, the hard thing when you have this level of metal is scaling as much energy as you can to keep up with your BP scaling, and well, auto recognizing that is scaling. Aggressively scaling energy. Well, the Jags should be able to slowly clean up these blitzes. Although we're getting a little minor counterattack getting shut down on the east side. And the blitzes here, unfortunately idling, will slowly die to these Jags. Very slowly and sadly die to these Jags. A fusion going down for Lewis. Funny, the difference in spawns here, you know, red team being a little more centered. They can actually expand in both directions a little quicker, but the Geo is much further away. Which I guess when you have infinite metal, like, you know, you can squeak out a fusion pretty quickly, but it's still, like, AGO's, I've heard, quite good. That is a lot of incisors threatening Teriyaki here. Or threatening Auto here. What am I saying? I think that's because this is where Teriyaki was in the first game, and my brain's getting a little cooked. We're hitting that point. But Auto has so many LLTs. I mean, LLTs plus the threat of D-Gun. It's an awkward one to push into. Well, kind of a big push starting up on the south, it looks like. We'll have to go look at that in a moment. As these incisors are actually... Oh, they're going to get idled. No. That's so unfortunate. If they just kept going, there's really not that many units. That's actually such an unfortunate idle. Like, the Jags can kite it and do a lot of damage, but... There's frankly a lot of incisors there. Oh, that's... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, that's a crazy self-T. That's a crazy self-T. Oh, a lot of incisors and Jags here. I'm gonna start pruning away at the southern mexes for the red team. Now, looking at the minimap, it is looking like those aircons are actually expanding quite fast for Auto in the north. Ooh, the incisors actually got in. They got past the Jags. on the west. So I'm looking at the minimap here while also trying to stare at this fight. As these incisors and blitzes are fully cleaning up the incisors and jags are fully cleaning up the blitzes and ticks. A lot of damage actually is going to be done here. As there's 11 jags here. On the other side, these incisors are now getting cleaned up, but they have killed a decent amount of mexes, and they're not done yet. Admittedly, the aircons being out, they are going to be able to replace those mexes pretty quickly. These jags are actually just unopposed. They're on basically on Teriyaki's base. We're dropping defense beamers, but they're not coming up that quickly. The salamanders are getting on top of the jags, and the jags are getting a little confused with the wrecks, so potentially these jags are going to get cleaned up, but oh, especially as they idle. So much going on, so many wrecks. How much metal do we have on the ground? 4,000. Oh my god, 6,000 metal on the ground. Oh god, another jag is getting in. It's gonna get cleaned up, looks like, because one little res bot on the way out. You know, these mexes are getting retaken by I'm assuming the aircons. Yeah. Auto opting. Is this a second? He has 2 tier 2 labs going at once. Wait, did he make this for... He did! He made this to teleport cons over here. That's kind of funny. Doesn't quite have the metal income to run both of these labs at once, but... Wait, they have 3 labs. They have 3 tier 2 labs going. I don't know if they're quite that rich, but you know what? I like the spirit. I like the spirit. Tigers getting in. Gonna start being even more of a pain for these jags and LLTs to deal with. More, oh man, a lot of exploiters actually in the mid. Looking at the minimap, proxy exploiters even, but I mean the bull will quickly start cleaning this up. I did miss. We did see Auto cleaning up actually a lot of mexes. And actually doing the same in mid, although Jags, you know, dealing with the exploiter forest with Jags is a little depressing. As they'll do it, but it's not a good feeling. It's not clean. Oh, Jags trying to fight these tigers, but this is not what they're built for. They are frankly just not meant to fight these high HP like targets. The bulls and the salas will eventually push these tigers away, but another push in the south. Gonna pressure and start cleaning up another expansion. Teriyaki's commander getting a little surrounded here, actually. It's very exposed. These tigers doing what they do best, just not dying. Macro white. Let's go look at the macro. How are we doing? We grabbed the AGO in the north. We're really starting to boom these tier 2 mexes now. Resbot's coming out. All these mexes are taken. It's so funny to me. There's 3 tier 2 labs with 2 people. It's very funny to me. But it is a high metal map. They can look at Slick can actually afford it. Is he not making units? No, they are making units. He's just e-stalling. This auto guy not sharing fusions. Imagine. No, well, once the bulls start getting out in these numbers, like the tigers, it's a little dicier. It's a little harder for them to fight. As bulls kind of do have the HP to fight them and the damage. Ooh, the shurikens coming down will definitely decide this fight should they get involved. Oh, huge push actually in the north, threatening the AGO of Auto. Losing this forward lab would be incredibly painful for Auto. Would lose a lot of BP and frankly a decent chunk of their energy income. Fighters coming up to cover this, but there does not look like there are. I'm looking at them trying to see Shuris on the minimap. Not easy, but I don't see any for Auto. I do see these are starting to EMP the defenses down here while the bulls clean it up. And the German team they're starting to recover, and if more than recover, I would say they're actually starting to pull ahead. The AGO pops, kills all of the BP and the lab. This is kind of the danger of that, and a lot of metal invested in buildings just died, and these Tigers are still going. This is looking very bad, actually, for Otto and Slick, as they're kind of getting pressured on every side simultaneously. Slick doesn't quite have the Banisher numbers out, or even the Zars out, to deal with these bulls. Yeah, Otto... A lot of this is also in pretty big danger zone with that AGO there. Self-D'ing the Tigers to deny reclaim. I mean, they definitely got a lot of damage. Tigers moving forward, going to start trying to fight these bulls, although it's quite dangerous. As bulls are pretty good at fighting this. Oh man, these Tigers are actually getting slaughtered. Slick really needing to get a Banisher ball going to start fighting into this. Or even just maybe Zars. Like, Tigers into bulls, very sad feeling. I mean, Otto continuously re-expanding with these aircons, retaking these tier 1 mexes, although they're losing so much to these run-bys. I mean, the bulls should be able to shut this down, but looking at Slick's front door is, well, it's looking quite dangerous. We have a single Scorpion out. You know, we'll be able to add decent amount of damage here. The Banishers will be really good, if well microed, not shooting ticks. Ooh, Otto sharing 2 Starlights to Slick. Starlight, Banisher, Tiger. A very frightening combo to push into. Pretty big push from Lewis on the north. Oh, we're gonna snipe Otto's aircons, and I mean, it's going to reveal that all these mexes are still untaken, and the Germans will know that they are in a pretty solid position with map control, as they're denying a lot of frankly, just tier 1 mexes. They're denying not even just counting the tier 2s that they could have in these corners. They just tier 1s alone is quite a lot of metal income. Well, Slick is starting to get the Banisher numbers growing a bit. Should be able to start fighting this, although Teriyaki very likely has the economy to start making Starlights sometime soon. Aphis grid actually even going down. Kind of overmaking converters at the moment. None of them are actually firing. Too many tier 2 mexes to power. It's relatively slowing down a bit. It's slowing down. We're not quite... Nobody's getting a huge advantage. Teriyaki's in a little bit of danger, building just Bull into Grunt Tiger Banisher. So it's a bit dangerous. Doesn't quite fight that very well. Banishers really start getting a lot of value if they're not shooting ticks. Although unfortunately Slick is on fire at will, just shooting ticks. So we'll have to see if he manages to fight this. Yeah, Teriyaki getting tickled down. Another Tiger run by, about to hit on the west side. This is what Tigers are good at. Very high health, very decently fast. They just run in and they just start killing economy. Although Otto has plenty of time to react to this. Is it gonna stop it? That is so many Tigers though. Shuriken's coming in as well. Gonna get shot down by the fighters, but might he get some EMPs on? Not quite. Not gonna get any EMPs off. But that is so many Tigers. And while they might not fight well into bulls, they do if they have an obscene numbers advantage. And these bulls are dropping rapidly. And once the Tigers get in and they get on all the exposed tier 2 mexes, they will very quickly slaughter the tier 2 mexes. Oh man. Lewis is undecided if he wants to commit for this. Starting to push forward. And realistically, I mean, there's a Pitbull here. A Pitbull actually could do quite a lot with defending units. The Starlights as well will do quite good damage. Lewis is committing, deciding we've already moved up this far. We can't turn around. There's no time. Gonna catch this tier 2 con ball, kill the pit bull, and kill all of these very valuable tier 2 mexes. These bulls are just really gonna struggle to catch these tigers unless they drive into them. So much damage being done against Otto and Slick. Now the Slick still seems unable to spend his metal. Looking at the metal bars, actually, they're struggling to spend their metal. I see an Aphis on the minimap for Otto as well, so they are getting ready to swap to an Aphis grid, but they're unfortunately they're not able to stop these tigers. Like, they did so much damage. Okay, these mexes are still tier 1. That's kind of funny, but they did pretty massive damage. All of these mexes dead tier 2, killing the tier 2 con, all the consoles. So much of the map. If we zoom out and look at the map, red team is wildly ahead in map control. Teriyaki actually managed, while that was all going down, looks like he hard won a fight with his Starlight Bull tick. Oh, and Grunt somehow. And Pawn. And no longer any ticks, actually, now that I'm no longer any ticks. I want to go look and see how Otto is scaling the backline compared to Lewis. We're going to have to look in a moment. As it looks like Slick will crush that army. How are we looking? Multiple fusions. Working on our second Aphis. Second Aphis finished as well as multiple fusions. Although, again, all these converters not running. All of his energy going into probably unit production and his tier 2 mexes. One of those awkward things to think about on a map like this, on economy levels like this, if you actually don't really need converters when you're spending all your energy. Well, Slick's Tigers get caught. Banishers are slowly being run down. And I don't know if Slick has what it takes to stop this. There's just not a whole lot of units. The Banishers, some of the Banishers survive. Some of the Tigers are getting in, but there's just such a huge army advantage for Teriyaki in this spot. Trying to frantically pop down some bulwarks, it looks like. We'll have to see if he manages to get that going in time, as the Tigers looking like they're wanting to commit onto the Banishers. Banishers turning around trying to kite, but there's a slight incline here, and they will not be able to do it. That Banisher got hard team killed by its friendly teammate Banisher. Oh my god, Slick also getting shot in the ass by his own Banishers. He is gonna pop in the middle of his own base. The Bulwark died as well. Oh no. Tigers getting onto the BP. The pawns are flooding in, and with the Starlights behind it, I think this is gonna be Slick dying. He does not have he doesn't have the ability to make units quickly enough to fight this. He's so far behind in an army here. Defenses are kind of the solution, but Teriyaki wisely reclaiming behind this, actually. All the metal being spent is quickly being sucked back up. Not that he can spend it, but it is quickly being sucked back up. Otto giving Slick a lot of bulls. The bulls are getting on top of the Starlights, but it's a painful run at those Starlights. So many of these bulls are getting destroyed just getting on top of them. But something had to happen. The push will get shut down, and the bulwark will go up, which will make any forward aggression by a tier 2 army like this a little bit harder. Otto has managed to re-expand, but having to give those units to Slick actually puts him in a little bit of danger here, as his own army is looking kind of tiny. Whereas if we, oh my god, zoom out and looking at what is coming from Lewis. I see a gantry in the minimap. We're hard metal stalling on it, as we are currently making a lot of tier 2 units at the same time, as well as an Aphis. How much metal we got on the ground here? Roughly 6k, roughly 6,000 metal on the ground. Slick's commander is still kind of resible, you know, there's still hope there. Oh, these kiting bulls and tigers are getting a decent, really good trades, frankly, into this army, but there's just so many units behind it, and if Lewis is reclaiming behind, he's rezzing behind it, even worse. Otto's starting to res himself, and you know, maybe we'll make an army that way. Although he has to be very careful not to lose his rezzers. Forward pit bulls here, mildly annoying the mass amount of tigers. Ooh, looking like Slick is getting aggressed on by Teriyaki again. We'll have to go look at that in a moment, although with the bulwark it's going to be much harder to push onto that with Starlight Bull. Oh man, don't tell me. These tigers are going to kill all of these mexes again. Otto just replaced these. We have razors coming, which will definitely annoy these tigers, although definitely not. It's not going to kill them as quickly as they probably need. Oh, the APM stall. Oh, the push stalling out. Giving Otto enough time to reposition his army. And now Razor Starlight, very, very frightening comp, to be honest. This is yeah. Lewis recognizing this is not where he belongs. That I don't want to say an unpushable comp, but that is a terrifying comp. With the gunships on top, although, you know, I see Lewis moving his own fighters. He's wondering whether or not he wants to commit to it or not. The Razor Starlight will quickly push this back. Huge res ball from Lewis in the back. Starting to res these units. Ooh, Otto. Ooh, Lewis, he saw the res bots. He wants to kill them. Although he's coming back into Starlight range, this might not have been worth it, as we're at the levels of economy where Otto can replace these res bots very easily. Oh, I need to go look at the Slick fight. I'm assuming Lewis is going to start running. Yeah, Lewis is going to start running away. We got to look at the Slick fight. The dual bulwarks here with the tier 2 walls are going to be very annoying for Teriyaki to push. The proxy Cerberus here, kind of funny. You know, little stray shots into this fight, but oh, Slick ate the commander, I think. Did he? Oh man, Slick ate the commander. Wait, he has his own? Wait, they're running 2 gantries at the moment. Which, admittedly, they have the economy for, probably. Although, ideally, they probably could put all that metal into the same thing, but oh, Starlight's getting forward, but the tier 2 walls in front of the bulwarks, making the bulwarks very tanky. As well as the cata connection. Oh my god, the catapult connections. Deleting those Starlights. Slick having the tier 3 advantage here. This catapult's going to be very hard for Teriyaki to push with Starlights. The Shivas, on the other hand, will just get slaughtered by these. Oh, Teriyaki, very smart play. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. He's going to use the Vanguards to their massive, you know, all-terrain advantage. Go sit on that hill and make Slick hate existence in that little choke point. Absolute slaughter has been happening on this west side between Otto and Lewis. Just massive balls of tigers, although now running into, frankly, a lot of Razorbacks. I will not be surprised if we see, you know, this. Oh, wait a minute. So, hang on to that. 18 tier 2 bombers. Otto's, he has decent amount of fighters. Metal on the ground top, let's look. Nearly 30k, probably was over 30k a moment ago. It's a lot of metal. And we're committing to the bombing run. This could be the game decider. I mean, tier 2 bombers. Wait, no, he's not committing with the bombers. He's just committing with the fighters. Maybe probing, just seeing what there is to see. Yep. This amount of tigers will make Razorbacks fear. This is definitely. Oh, look how quickly that Razor is dying in the middle of all these tigers. Oh man, Vanguards are on the hill down by Slick. We're gonna have to go look. It's actually looking like also Slick is getting surrounded as Teriyaki's pressuring another flank. I can't talk. I actually can't talk. All of Otto's Resbots end up dying. Lewis just shared all of his fighters and bombers to Teriyaki, and it's looking like Teriyaki's going for the bombing run. These Tigers are kind of just continuing to go. They're not slowing down. Fighters going in. Otto does have a lot of fighters of his own. And Teriyaki actually missed micros his fighters, and the bombers are all going to get caught. Oh, really unfortunate miss micro. Every single bomber goes down. Yeah, Slick wisely recognizing the danger of those vanguards on that hill, opting to get a few cargs in to push it off. Otto is running out of map. There's just too many. The meat of the Tigers in front of him is just too much for the Razors to chew through. He's actually just running out of map. Red team has air advantage. Another bull, like this bull push as well, is threatening his front door. The Razors just cannot kill this. The Cortex Tigers, way too powerful, way too tanky. They're just continuing to drive without a care in the world. They're gonna push the Razorbacks all the way to the map edge. They can't. There's nowhere to retreat to. They're coming up on the Aphis grid. Tigers doing what Tigers do best. They just keep trucking. And with that, the Germans win again. They win again. The only team to beat casual newbies, and they beat them twice. Wow. That was a good game. It was looking like Slick and Otto were trying to crawl that back, but they just could not stabilize in the north. Like, if just looking at the mini-map, they just have so few little mexes comparatively. Wow. That was a good game. Teriyaki and Lewis looking too clean. Are these guys going? Do you think they're... There's no way they're still going, right? There's no way. Oh, of course they're still going. Teriyaki and Lewis did play very well. They played real well. Of course they're still going. Extended glitters. Oh my god. Send help. Send help. Well, this is the last game. This is the last game of this 2v2 tournament. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Those Tigers, man. Literally showing what they're so good at. They're just so good at just driving forward and with no care in the world. Alright. Man, Chisato's really favoring these exploiters today. I've seen a lot of exploiter gameplay on these big maps. Ooh, the Geo popping there. The tier 2, the AGO advantage for yeah, I say advantage actually. AT's defending way better than that last game we saw. So many of the mexes are taken on his side, and he's holding them. Although looking like Zhao's gonna snipe this AGO again. Oh no! Oh, the Shuri's gonna wait, force him back. Well, good Shuri micro gonna EMP all the. Oh my God! All the Tiger. Did that Banisher? Did I just see a Banisher team kill that AGO? I think I did. I think because every single one of those Tigers was EMP'd. I'm pretty sure we just saw a Banisher team kill that. Well, this is a scary push, but that's a huge bombing run. Having to bomb the army is really unfortunate, but I mean, better than losing everything. Oh, that's a huge bombing run. Wait, Zhao's base is just gone. Like, it is actually just gone. No fighters left. All the bombers are going to get cleaned up. Exploiters BP efficient? It is. Exploiters, well, more metal and energy expensive. Actually, I don't know if they're more energy expensive. They're more metal expensive than an LLT and a MX. They are much cheaper on the BP than an LLT plus a MX would be. Which means they build much quicker. Ooh, bombing reverse, return bombing run. This AGO has been dead on repeat, I feel like, this entire game. Tigers getting in. The Banishers are actually going to be able to deal with the air, kind of. Or we're finally caught up. Like, Banishers are not terrible at this AA. Like, they're actually kind of popping these Wasps. Flak trucks as well, going to be up here. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, that is so many bombers we see on the map. As well as, look at all the Tigers from Chisato cleaning up tier 2 mexes. Oh man. Kinda Tigers from both sides leaking in and sniping tier 2 mexes. Dealing with them with tier 2 bombers definitely feels awkward, but I mean at this point it's better than nothing. Not a whole lot of fighters in position to cover these bombers, unfortunately, as they're coming now, but a lot of these bombers are going to end up going down to the tier 2 fighters. Tigers kind of leaking in everywhere. We're dropping another tank lab. Oh my god. Oh, is this Cortex Vehicle Day? Is that what this is? Huge Tsar push as well in the front. A lot of Tsars. Meowland represent this game. Oh, bombers are coming. A lot of bombers are coming. AT's Tigers spot them, and I'm assuming we're going to see flak trucks in response as well as his own. He has his own air lab making fighters, but they are tier 1 bombers. Most of Chisato's fighters are actually out of position. We're fighting the fighters on the other side. Chisato's tier 2 aircons are getting killed. The converters are being targeted, not actually going for, knowing they won't be able to reach the APHIS. Does manage to kill at least some of Chisato's BP and his converters. 2 pounders somehow find themselves in the opposite end of the map. Don't know how they got here, but well done. Overachievers, really, one might even say. Well, pretty large push by AT here on Zhao's front door. Starlight Tiger, dangerous push. Oh my god, even the Tsar. Holy, look at the Tsar march. Now that's one way to deal with Massive Tiger and Bull Balls. That is one way. Chisato, although, on the other hand, has 23... Oh my god, he's more. He has so many banishers. An obscene amount of banishers. I don't want to count it. He has a lot. He has a lot of banishers. And the banishers will very easily clean up these Tsars. Tiger's not quite stopping and killing these tier 2 mexes. The big push from AT here, actually, getting EMP'd by shurikens. He's actually losing the whole push. All of this metal being left on the front door of Zhao's lab is actually very dangerous. He's making res bots on repeat, knowing that this res snowball is going to be quite powerful. AD is getting hard pressured by both players. But then we come look on the other side, and while there are a decent amount of Scorpions here, there's also probably a Banisher per Scorpion, if not double the amount of Banishers that you see Scorpions. And this is going to be a lot of mexes dying for the blue team. A lot of open mexes to this Tiger Grunt Banisher flood. Oh my god, those Banishers are team killing so much. Did Chisato get vision? He pinged the APHIS grid. I wonder what that ping was about. The Tigers are getting in on top of all of the mexes. That is a substantial part of the blue team's economy that is currently dying. Tsar Starlight Bull. Tiger is beginning to march on the east, and AT is actually in some danger here. Trying to spam bulwarks to deal with this, but that is a lot of units in his face. Chisato committing his fighters to kill the wasps and cover his units aggression on the west. I believe he just spotted. Yeah, he did spot the APHIS grid as well. It's a tire. This is looking like this is running out of control for the. Well, the economies have already been solidly in the red team's hands for quite a while. They've been very ahead for quite a while. This is looking like the end of it, basically, as unfortunately Chisato is just going to keep leaking. He's going to reach the back line of the blue team and start killing some of these very important APHIS. Trying to get a gantry up in time, but just very likely will not be able to get this gantry up just in time to stop this push. We got grunts, we got flak trucks, we got tigers, we got banishers. And there's just not enough to stop this huge tiger banisher push on the north or in the middle of the map. very likely gonna show up and save AD from what was certain death, as his position has broken. Well, we have the Tigers are getting on top of the economy here. Fusions are starting to go down. BP's going down. Oh man. Oh, Chisato opting to not commit for it. He's gonna slow push him with his banishers, as well as the secondary Tiger Ball that is knocking on the front door of the blue team. Zhao's base is now forward position. While he does have a pretty obscene amount of beamers here, they are slowly going to be whittled down by the meat of the Tigers in front, as well as the large banisher line behind it. Well, Tiger Banisher once again getting in. Spodie's commander, he's actually e-stalling in a very unfortunate position. Oh, the Tsar. Czars, well, maybe the King Tank did not didn't realize what team it was on right there. It was playing for the other team for a brief moment. The Shivas and the massive amount of defense are trying to hold this, but the spamming bulwark, the e-stall of these bulwarks is actually very, very unfortunate. Spodie did give all of his energy generation to Zhao, but he can barely fire. I mean, they're firing at least. The energy's being enough energy is being shared that they're firing, but oh, whoa! Actually, this one isn't firing. Never mind. Okay, he's kind of still getting enough energy. It's borderline. Not that it matters. There's a lot of Tigers right here. A lot of Tigers, a lot of banishers. These bulwarks are very quickly dying. All the BP goes down. The fusions are gonna join them in a moment. Although Chisato did set target on the Aphis stack, and the banisher volley goes out. The gantry actually tanked a lot of that banisher volley. It still is. It's so borderline. I don't think this. I don't think they killed the Aphis here. Killing the BP, you know, that Aphis is so close to death. Grunts in on one side. Spodie in absolute massive danger. There are Tigers on all sides of him at the moment. But the blue team is getting fully surrounded. How much metal? Oh my god. 60,000 metal on their ground. This has been an absolute slaughter on this side of the map. What is happening here? I mean, Chisato fully kills with the grunts, finish off the Aphis, fully kills what remains of Spodie's base, but oh, I see dragons on the minimap. Oh god, I see dragons. It's time. The Dragon Man himself has returned. Time to put an end to any hopes and dreams blue team might have. Those poor shurikens. Oh my god. What just happened to them?
Commander has died.
Oh, Spodie gets caught. He dies, and Zhao calls it. GG. My god.
Self-destructed.
I thought he was trying to draw something. I had to go look. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's making another Aphis grid. Of course he was. That's crazy. Yeah. Look a little more dominant this game. Look a little more dominant. These, I believe that's it. I believe that was the last game. Let's go look. We saw this one. Very, very fun game between the casual newbies and Hillfloss. But we just saw D's, because again, not going to be saying the whole name, versus Bebop. Looked like it was relatively close. But Chisato and AT managing to hold on to their mechs a little bit longer. They seem to be able to protect it a bit easier in this game, and actually holding on to those mechs as they boomed quite quickly. Some might even call this Chisato guy and AT, frankly, macro players. I don't know. That maybe that's too far. You missed most of it. The YouTube VOD should be up at the end of this. If I'm assuming, I'm not 100%. So let's see. How do we? Can I see standings? Does there actually show? Oh my god. Wait. Two teams with most points play a best of three or something? I'll die. Oh my god, guys. Don't do this to me. 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 Although actually it could be fun. You know what? It could be fun. I can't complain. 3 teams with 4 wins. Oh my god, you... Wait. Wait, yeah, you do. Wait a minute. That's so awkward. How do you have 3 teams with 4 wins? That's so awkward. That's funny. That's so funny. That's so awkward. Yeah, because if it was 2 teams, that would be kind of easy to, like, you know, could just play another match. But 3 teams is 2v2. Oh my god, 2v2v2, winner takes all. I'm ready. I'm with you. I agree. Team free for all. Team free for all finish. I don't even know what map you'd pick. I literally don't even know what map you'd pick, but that could be so funny. There's got to be a good 2v2v2 map, right? That has to exist. There's like 1,000 maps in Bar. There has to be one. Donut? What do you mean donut, bro? Donut? Oh my god. A 2v2v2 on donut is that will be here for so long. Ooh, okay, maybe. The triangle map? Triangle map. Can I just search FFA? Hopefully we'll see. Like this one is a 3-player. That's an awful map. It's an awful map. Well, that looks like a 3-player map. Well, that's a 3-1. That's a 1v1v1 kind of map. This one maybe actually. Try the trefoil remake maybe. Full metal plate. Are you trying to break my computer? Red triangle remake. Let's see. What does that look like? Red triangle remake. Oh my god. I've never played this map. 1,500, maybe 2,000 hours in Bar. Never played this map. Never even seen this map. Full metal? Full metal. Oh my god. They're trying to break me. My weak computer? I mean, realistically, we were fine. We were fine with in the 50k event until it started hitting like 15,000 plus units. That's where it started getting dicey for me. That's where my computer's screaming for help. 4-way free-for-all? 4-way free-for-all. What map would you... Wait, what's that one that they do 4-way team... Oh, god, there's that... It's a big map. They do it all the time in the big lobbies for 4-way free-for-all. Crescent Bay. My god, Crescent Bay? 4-way free-for-all in Crescent Bay? Is this a troll? Is that a bad map? What other 4-way free-for-all? You could do flats, maybe. Corners? Corner-to-corner flats? I don't know. Flats is a little more boring. Best of 3 on Hooked? Oh my god. Gross. Winner takes it all. Oh my god. 4-way free-for-all to decide it. Oh, they can do special reef? I have a feeling these are going to be the most fucked up spawns. These are going to be messed up spawns, right? There's no way. There's no way these are good spawns. There's no way. Oh my god. I looked at the spawns for 16-player free-for-all on this, and even that's messed up. You can dedicate spawn. I think they would have to, right? Because they have it on random right now. Which I feel like, wouldn't that just do like the normal 16-player spawns with like it'd be awkward. Awkward? I literally can't even talk anymore. It'd be awkward. I actually am losing the ability to speak. Probably 4 corners, yeah. 4 corner. Is it fair? I guess there's a geo in each corner, I guess. Yeah, right? 4 corners would be best. Sinkhole does sound like it would probably work. It's a bit more of a boring map, I will say. Yeah, like I'm kind of agree with Chisada. The map works, but it is kind of a boring map. Thank you for warning. I actually don't know how I muted. I don't know how I muted. That's a good sign. Look, I think I'm getting cooked. Somebody yelled at me. We lose me? No, no, but we're just getting cooked. Oh my god. We're saved. Whoa. What? Wait. Oh, they left random spawns on.
paused.
They need to. Don't they need to? They need to do like a box. Yeah, yeah. They need to. They need to actually do like. They need to do a box. This is not. They did random spawn. Yeah, you can't do random spawns. I'm actually surprised it spawned them together. Actually, they just have to do boxes. What do you mean corners, bro? Just you see the boxes. Just do the 4 boxes. I mean, you could just spawn together, but that's ugly. Yeah, there you go. See, Otto knows. He's smart. He knows how to do this. Look, little misfire. We got there. Tell them it's fine. Meow, 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 meow. Look. It'll be fine. All right. It was weird that they all spawned together. A little weird, but it would have been some dirty co-op for sure. Are these spawn boxes popular? Oh my, I'm not gonna finish that. You know what? No, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Nope. I have willpower. Wonder if I can make a. Is this worth starting a Gamba? Can I do that quickly? Oh god. I don't think I can do that quickly. Never mind. I'm too late. I'm too quick. I'm too slow. I can't do it quickly. I don't think the. Can I? It's gotta be here somewhere. I'd have to go into mod view. Okay, hold on. I could probably do it. I'm assuming these guys are gonna take a moment. I could probably do it. Okay, we might hear my voice for a second if I don't mute quickly enough. Okay. We need to go to mod view. Okay. Predictions. Aha, start a prediction. Okay. Who will win? I'm gonna do casual newbie. Wait, do people don't know the team names? Okay, I'll just go by like their color. Like Slick is blue team. Lewis, Spody, and AD, because they're top of their list. Okay, you guys get to pick teams off of that. That's the best I can do. We'll do like a 2-minute Gamba. Go wild. Game will be 1 hour long. No, there's hope. Look, go wild. Use your Beyond All Reason coins on. Really, I don't know. I honestly don't even know. If I'm thinking about this, I'm looking at this. I don't know who I would bet on. Like all 4 of these teams are solid. Like, and they're very good in these situations. Ooh, interesting. I like that. Look, so I'm saying this is the test for the free-for-all tournament. If these guys can hold and not resist screen peeking, anybody can. Always bet on the Aphis gamer, but every single player here is an Aphis gamer. Every single player here is an Aphis gamer. Now, usually, when people think Aphis gamers, we do think of a certain player. Okay, we think of one player, but that means every single one of them. Every single one of them is an Aphis player. Water is lava. Oh my god, we'll be here for so long if it was water is lava. Alright, let's see how they spawn. You know what? Clearly, this is a nice time to get up and stretch while we're waiting for these guys to figure out their labs. Somehow I can still move the camera. Look. Talent. That's clearly just pure will moving the camera. I don't know. Lewis was looking like he's gonna rush mid, which could be. I mean, that could be quite a lot of value having these extra mexes. My god. Imagine comm dropping in a free-for-all, in a 2v2 free-for-all, team free-for-all. Ugh. Who would do it? How much is that mid-max? It's a 5, I want to say? 7.7, never mind. Super wrong. 7.7. Which is... that's a high-value mech, man. You get that tier 2, 4 times economy. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good mech. So if Lewis does manage to get it, it would be quite big. I'm also really curious. Who's going to contest C? C on this map. Insane value, right? You can hit so much of the coastline. Like there's some like not quite C mexes. This will be interesting. Do players ignore C? That's also a possibility. Oh. We got a bunch of bot labs coming out, a lot of trees to reclaim. You know, bots real good for on these high. Oh, we got a co-op build. Look at the Slick auto. Oh my god. Slick being a bit more of a battery play for auto. A little sweaty co-op happening. Are they the only team doing that? They're the only team doing that. That's so funny. Oh, we got bot lives from basically everybody. Lewis already has a con sprinting for that mid. Look at that queue. Mid max and then just infinite twin guards. Oh my god! Look at these puns we're dropping. How far we've come. How far we've fallen. Wind going down to 2, a little brutal. Although once again, Resbot's quite good. Well, Otto is, not really... I mean, he's really scaling VP, actually, on the back of these Resbots. It's going to be interesting to see. Right now, everybody's just kind of in this expansion phase. You know, it's slow. We're chilling. We're just taking our mexes. Not trying to start any trouble. But, you know, the rest of the... Nobody's really done anything. And for anything, I would actually say Lewis is the only one that's done anything remotely crazy. Never mind. I saw 8D on the map in this, like, bottom spot. I thought he was maybe going to do, like, a lab over the edge, but... Like a C-lab over the edge, but... he still might. We'll see. He's just taking these mexes. Yeah, like, so far, Lewis taking the mid-mex, giving his team a solid little advantage, although Zhao's commander walking to it will make it a little bit harder to hold. One LLT, I wouldn't even say 2 LLTs, does not deal with a commander very easily. Oh, this is going to make any sort of 2-horn aggression very difficult. This coastal torpedo launchers. All red doesn't work. Is it broken? Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I mean, I say I don't know. Was it supposed to work for specs? Who knows? But what are we cooking? The lab's idle. He's just expanding. I'm really curious if I gotta zoom out. Is anybody doing anything crazy? I don't see anything crazy. Zhao's being very aggressive to the mid island. Which, well, Lewis does have this mech for now. I do not believe he's going to be able to keep it. As, you know, a couple LLTs. He does spawn Zhao's commander, so he knows there's like the likelihood of keeping this is going to be very low. Although Zhao is kind of E-stalling. Yeah, he's going to be careful. Walking in and D-gunning be a little dangerous. Trying to make an exploiter there. Never even thought of making an exploiter there. No C-labs yet from anybody. Nobody's committed. We do have an air lab from Otto. Going and flying around grabbing some of the island mexes. Air lab as well from Spody. Looking like he's doing the same thing. Making some scouts. Teriyaki content to chill on his island and just scale up. Grab his mexes. A tier 2 lab going down for Lewis. First tier 2 lab. Air lab from 8D. Handing out transports. I'm assuming making air cons. Tier 2 lab finished for auto. Geo as well finished. I'm assuming once again, instant boom to tier 2. It's looking like we're not going to see a whole lot of aggression until probably the early tier 2 phase, maybe not, maybe even further on. Oh my god. This is so dicey. Like he can jammer walk it, but the slider's low enough. He doesn't quite have the energy bank to do this safely. You can do it. I mean, realistically, Lewis is going to lose the mechs, but he's had it for, what, 5 minutes? That's a lot of metal. Can we look at metal produced? His team's actually behind. Never mind. It's Bodhi and Zhao. They reclaim labs? I wonder if that's lab reclaim. Or is there metal reclaim? I mean, maybe they just expanded quicker. There's a lot of ways they have that metal advantage. So I'm assuming every team is now tier 2. Yeah, every team is tier 2 now. Mexes are going to start booming. Oh, I see something. A little sneaky. Okay, okay, Otto. I like what I like what I'm seeing here. We got a C lab. The first C lab is out. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, it's just an air. Okay, it's just an air lab. Every team has their own air lab. They have their own tier 2 lab, and we have our first naval lab up. Oh my god. Con makes a Twilight. As it finishes, EMP's the one little grunt about to kill that Con, but unfortunately the Con is not going to be able to get away. AGO going up for Chisato 8D. Oh my god, these guys are like mirroring each other. Wait, every single team except for Lewis and Teriyaki is mid AGO. That's kind of weird. They're actually mirroring each other. It's kind of freaky. Tier 2 mechs is going up everywhere. Oh my god, don't tell me Otto made a C lab for conversion. Don't do this to me, Otto. That's crazy. Yeah, blue team is the only team to not contest this middle island. And Zhao now, like, hard owns it. He's got BP building here, he's got a Con here, he's got an army. He hard owns this middle island. Getting his mexes up. He's gonna fly a tier 2 Con forward. Getting this tier 2 is going to be such insane value. And it's gonna be kind of, I feel like bad for any team to let them just have this for free. Oh, did AD, he spotted the AGO. You know, these AGOs look very good, are in very vulnerable positions. Very easy to kill on the edge of their islands like that. We're just flying around, looking at everybody. Everybody's scaling. We're gonna. Oh, looks like Spody did get a good scout on the red team's island. Actually sees basically everything. I'm actually surprised from the red team. We don't even. Do we see like a? Okay, we see a fusion going down. They're not even going for their AGO at the moment. That early consistent energy is so important in these games. Big scout wave going out for Chisato. Let's gonna see. I'm assuming maybe AD actually. Oh god, well. They're gonna get insane vision. Yeah, they see that one team owns mid, and they see the. They probably understand that that is a problem. That is a tier 2 mechs. Tier 2 mechs making 30 metal income right in the middle of the map. Nearly as good as an Aphis. Nearly a full Aphis' income is kind of insane. What is Otto doing? Doing anything crazy? What are we doing with these, Otto? Just making converters. I can't believe these guys. It is kind of a dangerous position in these 4-way free-for-alls. Starting the fight. Starting the fight is like kind of bad almost, because you're gonna be very quickly. Oh, you very much so will be in danger of getting third-partied, or you're just invest into units, and then all of a sudden somebody else has been investing in the economy the whole time. It's dangerous. I'm deeply afraid, Meow, deeply, deeply afraid that it will be like that free-for-all you had yesterday. Deeply afraid, as that free-for-all hurt my brain a little bit. Hurt my brain just a little bit, okay? Just not a lot, but a little bit. And currently what I'm seeing is a lot of macro, you know, a lot of everybody's just getting their maxes up. Nobody's being aggressive, which scares me. It scares me. So Otto is getting his first Aphis up. Chisato looking like just slightly ahead. Nice. It's gonna be very close, actually. Let's see. I'm just gonna watch their energy incomes here. I'm gonna assume Chisato's is ahead. Yeah, Chisato just barely beats Otto. Just barely beats Otto. Yeah, I kind of like the C play here. It's quite a lot of variance here, as it's all of this economy is very vulnerable to any sort of tier 2 boat play. Is this the patch that nerfs flagships? It is. Ooh. A little spicy play coming out of Spodey. Okay. We might see some aggression momentarily. There's hope. There's hope. This is a crazy Aphis placement. This is like right on their front door. Is that not insane? You know what? Everything's kind of vulnerable. Okay. Oh, he did spot it. Oh my god, AT actually got the scout on that nuke. Dropping his own anti-nuke. I say the word nuke and I zoom out and I'm like, is anybody frantically making an anti-nuke? ATs, you know, he scouted it. I can fair. It's fair enough. He scouted it. He can make an anti-nuke. The rest of these guys, we're watching you. All right. Let's see. Any of these? We got any screen peekers? Hmm? Any screen peekers? Auto, is it charged? It's not. Oh, it's not even like charged at the moment. Although realistically, like, what could he nuke? He can nuke mid, I guess, but the islands probably stop that. I mean, the islands, the mountains maybe stop the nuke. Actually, I don't even know from that angle. Maybe not. Oh god, we are hard. Auto beat Chisato to the second. Wait, how did Auto beat Chisato to the second Aphis while making a nuke? Huh? How did that happen? Is that 'cause Slick's not doing a lot? Actually, that's crazy. How did he do that? Who's in mid? The mind games. The mind games, man. Ping where I think the best nuke spot is? I mean, well, technically, like, you know. Wait, what? What are they doing? Why are they making 2 Aphis at once? They're not that rich, boys. What are they doing? Look, Zhao's trying to get a little bit of that free for all chat meta going. You know, convince the players that he's not the one that owns mid. Where are these? Ah, here. I was looking for these. I was curious what was gonna happen with this. Let's Spodey scaling BP. I'm gonna assume we're gonna see maybe tier 2 C-Lab there. A C-Lab from Teriyaki as well. Look, we hoped for a 4-way free-for-all. We put this out here. This is on us. This is on us. We did this. We have done this. This is our fault. I wonder if Mediterranean would have been different. Oh, we did this. Oh, God. Oh, God, we did this to ourselves. Ooh, AT also going for his own Aphis. I mean, it is very relaxing. You know, you just put your feet up, you just make Aphis and watch number go up, man. It's very peaceful. Look at these addicts! The Germans are making 3 Aphis at once? That's crazy. I mean, they have the metal. Okay, now I'm saying that, but they have the metal to do this, I guess, in the bank. Sub green team's opting for some subs to you know, deny some things. Oh, yep, we are going for a green. The shipyard here, actually, the shipyard here could be quite big. Though they have to be very careful when committing on one of these teams. Like the shipyard, this is all like missile boat, like very easy for missile boats to kill. Although Auto should have a decent amount of... I say Auto should have a decent amount of time to react. Not that much time. Honestly, not that much time. Why would Slick say that? Why would he say that when his teammate has a nuke? Now everybody's going to be making anti-nuke. That's crazy. Why would he say that? He's letting... He's saying... Oh my god. Whose team is he on? Admittedly, that was like a very good scout by 8D to scout that that nuke. My god. Look, I'm assuming these guys don't have the metal anymore for this. Yeah, okay. Three APHIS at a time. Can't wait for this to pop off. Yeah, look, the fear is... When is this gonna pop off? That's the fear. Somebody's gonna do something eventually, right? Somebody's gonna do something eventually. And the hope is... That's not 30 minutes from now, hopefully. I looked away and Zhao got nuked. I literally blinked and he got nuked. That's crazy. Yeah, it's once it starts, it will very likely spiral quickly out of control. Oh, please tell me we're not just doing this for C economy. I beg. If there's any mercy in the world, we're not doing this for C economy. God, we might be doing it for C economy. Everybody's starting to sprinkle their tier 2 C labs on. A part of me, just looking at what their labs queuing, a part of me is like convinced this is for tier 2 C eco. And Teriyaki even doing the tier 2 converters in C. Well, funny enough, all of these teams started with essentially identical resources and identical ability to scale. So this is kind of almost a macro test. If we zoom out and look and we just look at the numbers, Auto and Slick are crushing it. They are hard crushing it. Which, you know, they're a little more focused like co-op build, right? Like one lab, all of the economies going into Auto. Whereas, you know, we have like 8D and Chisato are both making APHIS, like separately. A boat that's not economy? Although technically this does make 300 energy. And in fact, the Germans are actually very far behind. I hear grunts shooting. What? Oh, here we go. They were shooting the con. I was like... so unused to aggression at this point. Ooh, AT's getting started on building up a navy, actually. This is... Does Auto have any... Auto doesn't really have any vision on this at all. This could be kind of dangerous. He has no vision of this. The Germans a little bit... like, actually solidly falling behind. Somehow... The Chisato 8D team are also falling behind. And I say somehow, it's kind of they're splitting their economy. You know, which means you need two separate BP grids, which you know is a lot of extra metal that's going into that instead of, you know, directly into the big glowing balls. Whereas Auto, all of this is just pure metal going into APHIS. Well, second APHIS grid going down. God, meow! It is going to be the same as last night. It actually is. This is. We did this to ourselves. Oh God, we did this to ourselves. Man, look! I'm just watching the numbers go up. It's actually crazy. They Like the auto slick team, just a little bit better co-op macro. Like everybody else is just kind of playing it normal. Which the only other team that's even approaching them is also kind of doing a similar like co-op style like scaling. Where Zhao's not really making a whole lot of units. He's actually just like sharing all of his metal to Spody. Had Big Mex for so long. They're making more stuff, right? If you go and look at it, they're just making more stuff. Like we have tac nukes, we got pulsars. We got one pulsar from blue team. Look how little defense Auto invested in, right? The majority of his economy is actually going into more economy. Which, you know, green team's doing that too, but a lot of it is actually also going into, like, defense. Even then, this Big Mex is actually starting, like, I say starting to pay off. This Big Mex is probably giving them so much value. The last thing that I expected loading into this, the literal last thing I expected was seeing Chisato 8D team about to get the lowest economy in the lobby. That is the absurdly last thing I did not expect to see. Oh my god, sea mines! I don't know if I've ever actually seen sea mines in a real game, legitimately. That's crazy. I've actually almost, I don't know if I've ever seen like knowing they exist and then never actually seen anybody build them. Look, we're just in nice, peaceful APHIS scaling mode, although this is not a peaceful BP. This is looking like aggressive BP. Oh my god, we got a Serb. Are we building? We're building a Serb over the AGO here. Which, that could be messy. EMP is good here. Dude, tac nukes and EMP are pretty funny on a map like this. Oh! That's messed up. That's messed up. The moment the go button gets hit, that's messed up. That is all in range. Wow. I thought this position was a little crazy to me. I thought it was a little crazy. I don't know when he's going to hit the button, though. He's making units. This could be soon. Oh, man. Being the first person to start the aggression in this is actually so scary, right? Like, you have to know while you're fighting, the other guys are going to be scaling. No way is this for APHIS. Auto, you're crazy. What are we doing? No. 18 Chisato, just barely staying ahead of the Germans. Just barely ahead of the Germans. Although it's still relatively even. Auto is the Auto slick team are definitely pretty solidly ahead. Now, is killing these aircons enough of an act of aggression that you decide, you know what? We're gonna go kill these guys. Does this activate the spite? Any of us that have played free-for-all, we know what the free-for-all spite feels like. That would almost start it for me. I'd be mad. I'd be mad. I would want to start something. I would not. Okay, now the Serb is shooting me. Okay, now I'd be angry. I'd be like, okay, we're dropping the game. We're making units. Like this is unacceptable behavior from my neighbors. Unacceptable behavior. But the thing is, green is kind of pissing off the blue team. I guess this is just deterrence. You just hold on to this button. Because you don't want to start two fights, so you're just holding on to this button until red team does something to push your buttons, all right? And then you hit the go. What is this? That's a lot of BP. That is a lot. That is a lot of mobile BP. Are we making any sort of naval units, or are we just making naval economy? Oh god, this is disgusting. Look at these macro players. They put serve on hold fire. Fire at will. No, looks like it lost the jammer. Yeah, because of the jammer, it lost vision. So he's not manual firing it. I'm actually surprised these are the only tac nukes that I can see. Right? Are these? If I control Z, I control Z, and I just selected way more. Do they have vision? They don't have vision. But that isn't a funny spot. He's making more here. Dude, wait a minute. These are so close to glory. Wait, can he actually make... Oh my god. Look at this range. Looks like this is the end of the 2v2 tournament. We had a 3-way tie in the 2v2 tournament. And they decided between them that the fun way to do that to fix that 3-way tie would be to a 2v2v2v2. By the way, this is all tac nukeable. That's very, like, that'd be a funny, oh my god. He's building it, I think he's building it slightly out of range. Barely out of range. My god, please, somebody, oh. Meow, you're a bad influence on these players. You're a bad influence on these players, Meow. This is your fault. I want you to know that. If the AoE hits, and it does hit, but, like, because of the damage fall off of the AoE, I don't think it's the same amount of shots. I'm not even playing! Slick just giving up. Feet up. Let Auto play the game. Nice Juno. That was good. Bro, look at these tac nuke positions. There's so many tac nukes! This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. Economically, Auto and Slick were very far ahead until some things are changing. And then we go look down here and some things are changing. And all of a sudden, they're actually starting to fall behind. They're falling behind. As, you know, but units may not make economy, but are quite good at killing economy, I've heard. You have to award points based on number of that is actually part of the rule set, Barcode. That is part of the rule set for the free-for-all tournament that we've actually come up with. In fact, Varunda, being wonderful, helpful person that she is, actually made a widget that records it for us for when we do that tournament. Records the amount of, well, who kills who, basically. Which makes it very easy to score points based on player eliminations. Alright, well, flagships are starting to get made from multiple teams now. Wait, Karg Shiva? Oh. They have any oh, this is about to be dirty. This is about to be dirty. When this go button is hit, I think the Germans die. I think they straight up die. I don't think they have what it takes to fight this. Oh, these are on hold fire. Wait. Funny enough, I think the green team has actually pissed off green team has actually pissed off blue team enough that blue team's gonna fight green, but green is setting up to kill red. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, they could, but Zhao could actually kill these first. Oh my god, he is. Boys, it's time. Wait, no. What? Did he cancel it? Oh, he's teasing us. He's actually teasing us. This is crazy. There we go. All right. Oh, okay, hold on. We gotta... The go button is being hit. The go button is being hit. Aphis goes down. Chains all the converters. Doesn't even need to hit the tac nukes. Kills everything. And just like that, first blood! 30 minutes in, first blood. Holy, send help. The grunts are going. The welder sniper is going, and the tier 3 is Walking up behind it. What is that? Oh my god, that ate the the EMP launcher. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think he's gonna be able to get this up in time unless he gets some like really clutch EMPs here. Even then, I don't think this is gonna be nearly enough. Oh my god, actually crazy EMPs. I read the Germans are being picked for death. This is gonna be another Aphis pawn. These pawns will kill this very quickly. I say as they're not killing it very quickly. Oh my god, what was that EMP? What are you doing? Oh my god. This is the slowest Aphis death I may have ever seen in my life. So few pawns are actually able to shoot it. There we go. Flanking damage, we'll deal with that. Another German Aphis grid goes down. I cannot wait for Otto to hit the button. Wait, Germans? Wait, is he calling it right? He's calling it right. Does Slick know? You know, maybe he's just looking at the Aphis grid. I'm gonna try and keep an ear open for the notification. I like the notification, the sound cue. I think the Germans are just hard dead because there's gonna be a fun button pressed in a moment. Ooh, the Germans are putting up a resign vote. Not even going for a grief. Wait, these flagships, if they get vision, could absolutely grief green team. Honestly, the tac nuke position that Lewis resigns before Teriyaki. Will Teriyaki take over and go for any amount of griefing? Another Aphis grid goes down. The thing is, if you're the other teams and you're seeing this happening, you know you can't just let this happen. You can't just let one team get access to an entire other island. You can't let it happen. It's just too much. Oh, that's a big fight happening in the south. You can't let it happen. You gotta get involved.
Commander destroyed.
And it's kind of looking like Chisato has catapults pressuring the front. Big naval fight happening in the south here, just flagship on flagship. I'm sure somebody that has more sea experience would tell me, does this look nerfed? Don't know. You tell me. But green team just all of a sudden, if they're allowed to have that that island, they will have one half of the map. Otto, when are we hitting the button, Otto? How many does he have? 41? Oh my god, they're everywhere. The Lich is gonna clean this navy up quite easily, although Otto has plenty of fighters to move over here and cover this. Stop attacking the south, Otto says, while Slick drives forward with the flagship, slaughtering all of AT's navy. Oh, Teriyaki DC'd when he DC'd and the Aphis exploded? That is unfortunate. He could have griefed green team before he died. That's really unfortunate. Well, Chisato's starting to move forward some Black Hiders. I mean, the thing is, they recognize they cannot let this island go for free. Jugs are starting to come out. Slick is kind of running out of flagships, actually. A lot of subs here. Oh, getting on the converters of Otto. He's making more. Is he going to spot? Wait, they did spot it. They spotted. Okay, wait. Chisato AT spotted this. They know what's happening. Oh, come on, Otto. When is the button getting pressed? I'm assuming more anti-nukes are going. Yeah, a lot of anti-nukes have gone down for both 8D and Chisato. Otto's losing so much of his conversion. He's relying a lot on this C conversion. He's losing a lot of it. Oh, button was pressed. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go into cinematic mode for this. He is self-view charged? Wait, this is terrible. There's like, oh my god, he had 41 nukes and like, was that 7 of them are charged? That's so sad. Oh my god. That's so sad. So little. Oh my god. Do subs have vision out of water? I believe so, don't they? Don't they have ground line of sight? Oh my god, AT's gotta be careful there. I believe they do. But now you got me questioning everything. Yeah, sonar. Yeah, line of sight right there. Yeah, the sonar is their water one, right? You're making me question everything. You're making me. I don't know. The nuke overwhelm is unfortunately going to fail, as this sneaky Spody guy. Wait, does he have no vision? He has no vision of the sea. The Black Hydras activate. A surprise attack from the north, and all of a sudden, a large portion of Autopilot's economy dies. The nukes are targeted, but none of them are charged. The backstab here. None of these nukes are charged. Oh, the nuke overwhelm is just not going to be able to get what it needs done. There's just... Autopilot's dying. They're getting killed by AD from the front door. They're getting killed by the back door with the Black Hydras. Otto and Slick, despite having the huge economic lead at the start, maybe the nuke overwhelm just did not actually end up working for them. It put them too far behind. None of the nukes got charged in the time required to actually be useful. We're down to our two last teams, and Chisato and AD are no longer behind. Chisato and AD, while their economy was falling behind early, now have a pretty massive metal income advantage, despite having, only having one corner of the map. An enormous sub-fight is actually happening on this east side, as Zhao is just printing these fast attack subs, but... Oh, using the Chisato, really smart, using his flagships to ground attack on the water actually just kills every single one of those subs. Who needs anti-sub when you have flagships? Just AoE them. That was actually kind of sick. That was cool. Kind of a similar situation happened on the other side between AD and Spody. Oh, Chisato recognizing that he's total air control. Fighters flying right over. AD's front door getting tested by a combo of Kargs, Shivas, and demons. We went from, like, idle, no action happening, to 2 teams are dead, and now there's a bloodbath happening between the other 2 teams. Liches are killing the Navy on the west side. This whole push is getting stalled by what amounts to just Bulwark Shiva. Chisato slowly pushing forward on the other side. Still ground firing, killing all the Shivas. No, he has no anti underwater at all. But he's using the flagships as if they had anti like sub. That's so funny. Actually just slowly walking forward with attack ground. The Liches are going to start killing all of these things, although they actually run out of their fighter escort. Spody trying the forbidden tech of going around the defenses, although AD's kind of surrounded it almost entirely with bulwarks. This is looking like, unless something changes soon for the Spody's out team, this is looking solidly in the control of AD and Chisato. I mean, the cruisers here, while good into subs, that is a lot of subs that they're having to deal with. Wait, AT's kind of in trouble here. If these flagships win the sea fight and they get behind on Chisato and AT's economy, that could be game over. Pretty massive, like fleet of torpedo bombers in the north, killing all the sea there, but well, the Jug dueling a Black Hydra. I have to I mean, even if these get back there and start killing Chisato's conversion, that's actual real damage. Although it's looking like the cruisers are starting to clean them up. We have multiple Jugs walking, about to reach Zhao's front door. And this is actually, once these get in, these are going to be very difficult to stop, as these are all full health Jugs ready to rock. As long as Chisato and AT do not lose air control, these jugs are just gonna keep walking. Zhao pings him. He pings the problem that is in his front door, but there's not really a lot to respond to these. Chisato wisely, yep, using one jug as a door knocker, although I don't think even really needs to do that. I think he's overestimating how much defense is here. The door knocker jug not quite required, as there's really nothing here to kill it, but still gonna go out with a very big pop, killing every single bit of BP, every building that it could be there. The flagships from Chisato are slowly making their way along the north. I think this is it, boys. These new speedy jugs are too much to deal with. The sub count is enormous for Spody in the south, but all AD has to do is just hold and not die, while Chisato is slow walking and killing all of Green Team's economy. These flagships, they see the Aphis. They're starting to get in range, and once this Aphis goes, we've got a lot of dragons coming out, but one of the Aphis stacks goes down. Using the jug, well, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know about that. That self-D might be a little awkward, kill a lot of his own Shivas, but wisely cancels it. All the fighters are gonna start cleaning up the dragons. Jugs are gonna keep walking, and I honestly don't see any way to stop these new and improved 37 speed, very fast jugs. What is this Aphis fuse? Okay, that Aphis fuse was kind of funny. I don't. If he had only connected his whole base, imagine. We could have seen a very big pop. The flagship, not enough respect on these flagships. Totally unopposed. Are threatening the economy of every team. Another Aphis grid under fire. There are bubbles, but only to the front. And another one goes down. The economy for Green Team is just gone. No ability to make more units. We went from no fighting at all. No fighting, chill, everybody's macroing and scaling, to 3 teams. 2 teams are dead, and the other one, the third, is, well, about to join them in death. As these flagships are kind of just not caring. They're just not caring about anything that's in front of them. Oh my god. What's Zhao doing in yellow? Okay. We're so close to greatness here. This game's over. But oh, build pinpointers, boys. Build pinpointers. You want to know why you build pinpointers? This right here is why you build pinpointers. There is no way. There is no way. Nobody sees it. Nobody has any vision. I mean, even if he kills both grid AD with the easy AD gun himself. Is now unfortunately giving his life for that Aphis. Unfortunately, AD gun himself hitting him with the easy as all of his Aphis get D-gunned is frankly too poetic to be real. That's crazy. That is too good. That actually crazy. Well, you know what? They may have died, but they went out. They went out swinging. Metal produced. Dude, this auto team, so far ahead. And then they started making the nuke overwhelm, but they just couldn't charge them in time. There wasn't enough time. So I believe with that, 18 and Chisato, the winners of this little 2v2 for fun casual tournament. And I was also told that Randy, our pro Randy, won the BPL qualifiers, which is cool. You know what? That's cool. We got a lot. We didn't get to see it, but I'm sure somebody will send me some good replays. You know, Oh, I should figure out the prediction. Oh my god. Wait, nobody bet on the Spodey Zhao team? That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. They were second, okay? 8D Chisato, complete prediction. Okay, yep. We've done it. The 8D Chisato team, too good. Too good. We did have a little bit of a silly last game. But you know what? It was fun. A lot of actually really interesting games. Like those really big maps with 2v2s, I agree with you, Slick. Well, seeing them non-stop, probably exhausting, they were actually pretty fun to watch. Very back and forth, a lot of them. But good games all around. Glad I got to watch some bar. Look, I believe that is it. So I am gonna call it there. I think. Hold on. Can I find somebody to? I think we'll find somebody to raid. Okay, I'm assuming there's got to be somebody streaming bar. All right, there's gonna be somebody streaming bar that we're allowed to raid. All right. And I will be calling it there, guys. As frankly, this has been a long day. A long day for little old me. Oh, look, Skinner's streaming. We'll go raid Skinner. And you know what? Have a good night. Fun games. Hopefully we'll have some more soon. And I know, what is it? The BPL main event is in a week, I think. No, 2 weeks? I think it's 2 weeks, but check out. Well, it'll be fun. I'm hoping we'll get some good games. I'm definitely going to go watch some of those qualifier games. But anyway, have a good night.